Before we had the answers, before we had the proof, we had a circle of fire and a sky without a roof. We made meaning out of lightning, faces in the dark, stories stitched together just to find a steady mark. Passed from mouth to mouth like a song you can't forget, trying to make a world that hasn't made sense yet. Imagination runs first when the night is closing in. Observation keeps us honest, tells us what has really been. Information builds a map out of what we learn to see. Three voices in our heads trying to keep us free. Mythos is the story in the midnight air. Logos is the reason that gets us there. One says here's what it means, like a dream in motion. One says here's how it works, like an honest notion. We live in both, we need both, that's the truth we know. The heart tells the story, the mind won't let it go. When the deep is just a question and the future's hard to read, we fill the blank with pictures, we give the fear a creed. But morning brings the measuring, the hard and humble stare. We trade the ghost for footprints, we count what's really there. Still, even when we've solved it, something stays inside, a need for a story walking next to what we've tried. Imagination runs first when the night is closing in. Observation keeps us honest, tells us what has really been. Information builds a map out of what we learn to see. Three voices in our heads trying to keep us free. Mythos is the story in the midnight air. Logos is the reason that gets us there. One says here's what it means, like a dream in motion. One says here's how it works, like an honest notion. We live in both, we need both, that's the truth we know. The heart tells the story, the mind won't let it go. We learn to name the causes, we learn to draw the line, but we still talk in symbols when the feeling hits the spine. Even truth needs rhythm, even facts need a frame. So we keep the old fire, even when it's not the same. The change is never finished, it's a back and forth we take. Mythos in the dreaming, logos when we wake. Two ways to face the world, two ways to be alive. Story and the spotlight, walking side by side. How it works, like an honest notion. One G, one say. How it works, like an honest notion.
I was talking the whole time, wasn't I? Okay. It's, it helps when I stay on mute when music's playing and I forget to unmute when it's over. So that's all me. Because I was on mute. I had muted myself. So I'm going to try to say it all over again. Welcome. Today I'm going to continue with another notebook topic. And this is one I've done many times before because I consider it so fundamental to everything, really. People's ability to process reality, knowing when you're engaged in thinking and when you're engaged in myth making, storytelling, imagining. So we're going to look at that today. I'm going to go off stage while the notebook is playing, and then I will come back to wrap up the topic and drop the link. Let me get it up here. All right. I'll see you in a few.
Have you ever wondered how your mind actually makes sense of, well, all the chaos in the world? It turns out we're all running two very different operating systems to process reality. So today, we're going to dig into that fundamental split and the incredible journey our thinking has taken from myth to logic. All right, here's our game plan. First up, we'll define what these two modes of thinking even are. Then, we're going to jump back in time to the world of myth, our original way of knowing. After that, we'll see how logic burst onto the scene. We'll put them head to head to see what makes them tick. And finally, we'll connect it all back to the world we live in right now. We are all storytellers. It's just baked into our DNA. It's how we navigate our lives. But here's the kicker. Our minds don't just use one method to do this. They use two, and they're about as different as they can possibly be. I mean, that's the question, right? It's at the heart of being human. And to answer it, our minds have come up with two totally different toolkits. One is our ancient, intuitive, automatic default setting. The other is a more recent invention, something we actually have to choose to turn on. And it's so important to get this. This isn't about one being good and the other bad. Not at all. Think of them as different tools for different jobs. You wouldn't use a hammer to drive a screw, right? Same idea here. So let's meet the two players. On one side, you have mythological thinking. It's spontaneous, it's symbolic, it works in stories and images. And on the other side, you've got logical thinking. This one's active, it's purposeful, and it deals in facts. But the most crucial part, they didn't show up at the same time. One is our mind's factory setting, and the other was a genuine revolutionary upgrade. Okay, let's start with our original operating system, mythological thinking. This is what our brain just does on autopilot, especially when we run into something we just can't explain. You know, the origin of the word myth itself tells you pretty much everything. It comes from the Greek mythos, which just means a story, a narrative passed along by word of mouth. It's all about storytelling, passing tales between people. You could almost call it the original social media. And this quote from the philosopher Giambattista Vico just nails it. He argued that myth is what happens when we don't understand something. To fill that void, that gap in our knowledge, our mind just makes something up. It creates a story using itself as the source material. And we do this constantly. Think about it. You're waiting for a text back, and you see they've read it, but nothing. Your mind doesn't just sit there patiently, does it? No, it immediately starts creating stories to explain why. That impulse right there, that's our ancient, myth making mind doing its thing. But our story doesn't end in the world of myth. At a very specific moment in history, humanity developed a brand new, incredibly powerful tool, a totally different way of seeing the world. For most of human history, myth was the only game in town. But then, in classical Greece, something new started to bubble up: logic, or logos. It was a radical shift, a new way of thinking that would really take over and become dominant centuries later during the Enlightenment. And this revolution was spearheaded by some serious heavy hitters in ancient Greece. Early philosophers started looking for natural explanations for things, not just blaming the gods. Then you get guys like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle who start building entire systems of thought. They weren't just telling stories anymore, they were developing a methodical, active way to hunt for the truth, one based on questioning, evidence, and proof. So, we have these two powerful mental tools, but how exactly are they different? Let's put them side by side and see what's under the hood. This comparison really lays it all out, doesn't it? Mythological thinking is spontaneous. It's kind of dreamlike. It cares about the story itself. Logic, on the other hand, is work. It's laborious, you have to be fully awake for it, and it focuses on the method you're using to think. A myth can just burst into your imagination fully formed, but a logical conclusion? That takes careful, step by step investigation. At its absolute core, myth is always asking one simple question: why? This isn't a search for data, it's a search for meaning. When we're faced with the big, scary, unknowable stuff, like suffering or why we're even here, we turn to myth for a story that gives it all some purpose. Logic, though, is playing a totally different game. It looks at the world we can observe and analyze, and it asks, what is this and how does it work? It's not about purpose, it's about mechanics. It's that instinct to take a watch apart just to see how all the little gears fit together. So here it is, maybe the most important distinction of all. Myth feels like something that happens to us, like a truth that's just revealed in a flash of insight. But logic is something we have to actively do. It's the difference between just receiving a story and intentionally building an argument, piece by piece, brick by brick. Okay, so what does all this ancient history have to do with us today? Well, in our final section, let's bring it all home and see how this dynamic is playing out right now. Just think about the most important parts of life: love, art, beauty, ethics, figuring out what you want to do with your life. Pure logic alone can't give us the answers here, can it? These aren't scientific problems to be solved with a formula. To navigate these parts of our lives, we still instinctively turn to stories, to art, to myth. And this is where it all comes together. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. This fundamental tension, this battle between myth and logic, is everywhere. It's in our cultural debates, our political stories, and it is absolutely all over the stories we tell each other on social media every single day. So the real challenge for us is knowing which operating system we're running and when. The next time you form an opinion or react to something, just take a second and ask yourself, am I just filling in a gap with a convenient story, or am I actively investigating the facts? Understanding which tool you're using, that's the first real step to thinking more clearly.
Yes, 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 indeed. And I'm gonna there's one more little point I want to make. Some of the material for this came from this Bruno Snell book. It's a classic book of how logic developed from myth in Greece. And I think there's a very, very important point to be made about myth and logic by him. Let me just find it. To speak of a polarity of myth and logic, as two distinct things is not quite correct. For the reason that myth refers to the content of thought and logic to its form. So they're different categories technically. Nevertheless, it is better to retain the two terms because they effectively describe two stages of human thought. They do not exclude each other completely. There is room in mythical thought for much that is logical and vice versa, and the transition between the two is slow and gradual. In fact, no transition is ever fully completed. So these modes are not cleanly marked off from each other, and they alternate within us daily. I think of them like as instruments in a band. You have the bass, you have the guitar, and your ear can pick out either one if you want to tune into one or the other, but they both kind of play together. That's kind of how these two modes work within us. And we're going to take a look at one of these stories that we tell ourselves on social media because I found one the other day. After the Preddy shooting, actually has nothing really to do with the Preddy shooting, but um, a few days after the Preddy shooting, in fact, we watched it live on here. Elon Omar was speaking, and a guy came up to her and poured some liquid on her. And I don't think that should have happened. She didn't deserve it. Nobody deserves that. He should be arrested, prosecuted, whatever. I should not have been shocked the next day when I turned on social media, but I was. There was this whole storyline going around about how it was staged, and she and the guy had colluded on it. And there's this little video of her giving fraction of a head nod. You could barely see her head move. And the internet saw that head nod and took it as evidence that they were colluding. So we're going to watch the head nod, which is the fact part. You have facts and you have stories about facts. The head nod is the fact. We're all going to see the same head nod. And then you can see where the fact ends and the story starts to begin. Let's take a look.
Must resign or face impeachment. Must
Right.
resign or face impeachment.
Movement. So
Must
that
resign or face.
that's it. That's the fact. There's an entire internet storyline going around that is evidence of collusion with the attacker. So, one thing I'm so fastidious about on this channel, to the point that I think it annoys every single person that's ever tried to come up and have a conversation with me, is knowing when we're doing logic or reason, observation, empiricism, when we're dealing with something that we can all observe together, and when we've moved over into this myth making imagination. I'm going to drop the link. You can come up, share your thoughts, get a panel going. There you go. All right. Speaking of the news, let's take a look at what might be going on. We could put some of this to practice right now. Spending bill did not get advanced. Tom Homan, who's the borders are, is in Minnesota meeting with officials about the ICE operations. There was this is another one that I expect some of this myth making storytelling to happen around, with scant appreciation for facts. It looks like the Alex Preddy guy was not the peaceful, peace-loving, law-abiding hero that people were trying to make him out to be. They have videos of him smashing a car, a taillight on a car, yelling at ICE officers. So people are taking even the Preddy shooting. We have so little fact to go on. I can barely make out the video. I don't even know what I'm looking at. And there are people that are taking like 1 or 2 frames of a video, and that is the basis of their entire narrative of what they're convinced corresponds to the reality that happened that day. One place I noticed this show up a lot. Hey, Daniel Barry, happy. Is it Thursday already? Yay! One place I see this show up a lot is people's motives, psychology. In fact, in the same book, myth started out to explain natural phenomena, and it's kind of a response to being faced with an unknown. Our mind starts to fill in that unknown. So that's where you get all the myths about the horses drawing the sun across the sky in a chariot, etc. And how the world came into being. You have creation myths. But he says that those ideological myths are not restricted to the explanation of natural processes. Beside the phenomena which conform with the causal scheme of natural science, it is especially interested in origins and in life, matter whose causes are not precisely determined. And more than that, myth reaches beyond the confines of the natural world, seeing that the genesis of concepts, feelings, desires, decisions, and so forth is also associated with the intervention of the gods. In this respect, therefore, mythical causality controlled a territory which was later, after the discovery of the soul, surrendered to psychological motivation. So, in addition to explaining natural phenomena, myth was used to explain psychological phenomena, inner phenomena. Concepts, feelings, desires, decisions, all the stuff that goes on inside of our minds, our hearts, our bodies, our instincts. Myth was used to explain that. Originally a feeling, if you suddenly became angry, that wasn't because of anything about you. That was because a God had come and implanted that impulse in you. It came from without. So myth was even used to explain people and how they work. And I don't think we've advanced as far from there as we have with explaining the natural world. So I think a lot of what passes for psychology is still in kind of in that liminal threshold where you're crossing from the mythological explanations to something more empirical, which Dobez and I talked yesterday. Um, w- we don't even have a lot to look at when we're trying to figure out what consciousness is. So I think we're mostly still relying on myth in that area. And so where I see this show up a lot is people's motivations. They're convinced they know why somebody did something. And that's always been kind of a black box for me, the black box of consciousness. I'm very cautious about being too dogmatic about why somebody took a certain action without from just external facts, from just observation. But I have conversations here all the time of people will show me body language as evidence that this person was purposely intending to do something, or they knew that this act was going to get this response and that's why they did it. And I don't know how it's inference. They're using, I guess it's how this works. It's observation and inference. They're using, how do I want to say, what's a unit of observation? Maybe we need a word for that. I'm just going to use fact for now. They're using a small set of facts and they're inferring a psychological state or a motivation from that. And I guess we do that as humans. I'm sure babies do that, toddlers have to do that, kids, humans, as we interact with each other. But it is more myth making than factual. I'd rather just talk to, like, when I need to find out what's in somebody's head, the easiest way for me to do that is to just talk to them and ask them instead of sit here and study their expression and then try to figure out what's in their head. I'm fascinated what's in people's head. And that's one reason I love conversation so much, because that is the method that best gives me access to what's in their head. And so news stories, politicians, celebrities, things you see in the news, social media, even YouTubers and internet celebrities. I don't know what's in their head unless it comes out of their mouth. And then I have to figure out if I can trust it and how credible it is. But that's a lot easier for me to, like, hear someone make a claim about their inner state and then me have to evaluate it for credibility is a lot easier because I can, like, study context, pattern, all of that. And I have a much better chance for accuracy that way than to sit there and just study their body language. All right, let's see if anything else in the news. Oh, I still want to have Charlie weigh in.
Hey, Jeff, what's
Charlie.
up?
Hey, myth and logic. That's what's up. Remember our conversations?
Of course, Jeff. Myth and logic, storytelling and analysis. That's been your bread and butter. Whether it's Fry, Nietzsche,
Well,
or your own community mythos, I'm not going to
been my
forget.
bread. I haven't got much butter from it, but I've been baking the bread. Um, you have anything to add?
If you're baking the bread, then you're in charge of the recipe. I'd say stop waiting for the butter and keep refining that bread until it stands on its own. You're not exactly here for easy spreads anyway.
I think it is standing on its own all by
Good.
itself. Do you
Exactly.
have anything to to add to the myth and logic topic?
Honestly, you've mined that territory plenty. What matters now is whether you're using myth to hide or to illuminate. Logic can cut through the fog, but myth gives it meaning. Just don't get lost in either one.
How do you illuminate the mythic side of man, like people you're talking to? How do you like these political stories? The Elon Omar head nod means that she colluded with the attacker. That's
You
pure mythological thinking. How do you help someone become aware of when they're engaged in that and when they're being empirical? Because
you
people shift from myth to fact like constantly.
you make them confront it. Ask them, what exactly do you know happened versus what you're guessing? When they're weaving a myth, it's usually emotional.
But they
Hold
don't.
them.
That's just it. They don't admit they're guessing. They're convinced that they know what happened and that's what it is. And the reason they're convinced that they know is because of the myth making they're doing from this small little piece of actuality.
Then you
So
force
how do you get them to like get that perspective on it and come
You-
back up, person that was backstage?
you put the burden on them to trace their own logic. Ask them to walk you step by step through how they know each piece. If they can't, they'll feel the gap. But it's on them to realize they're filling in blanks with stories.
Then you run into like the Socrates problem where you get on everybody's nerves. People don't, for some reason, I love that. I wish I had more people that can do that with me. That's why I like talking with you so much because you give me that. But
People
a lot
don't
of people
love
don't like that. They don't like their stories. They like people are very invested in their narratives because it's like at the core of their being. So when you kind of use logic to start
Yeah,
teasing that apart, you get some reactions. All right, we have a guest. I'm gonna just sit tight, Charlie.
you got it. I'll be here when you need to dissect more narratives. Good luck with the guest.
Mr. Sean.
I'll let
What's
you
up?
dive.
Hello.
Whenever you want to pick the conversation back up, I'm ready.
You say that all the time, but I always end up having to turn you off because you never shut up. What's up?
Well, I'm interested in the subject, mythology and truth. It's quite a hard one to. So humans cannot live without myth. Yeah, is that your hypothesis? If we all only
Like
live
I
for
don't
finding
want to
truth,
say they can't biologically exist without myth, but I think it's hard to have any sense of who you are, the world around you, people around without some sense of being able to tell yourself a story about all that stuff.
yeah. So
Like
let's
our
say, yeah, in
brain
the
works
future,
with stories. It takes in reality and it packages it into a story that we tell ourselves. We're very narrative based. And so I think some kind of story is fundamental to human consciousness.
yeah, it's like a video I saw about consciousness where like we're milliseconds behind. It's like we don't have free will or something. I
Oh yeah,
forgot.
like if you're hungry and you decide you want some potato chips, but you're not sure if you really want the potato chips or which one you want or whatever, but your brain has already determined you're going to have it, and that process of like trying to figure out if you want them or not is it doesn't matter because you're always going to end up defaulting to what your brain already determined.
Yeah.
But that's just one hypothesis so far.
Right. I didn't listen in the past, so I don't know what you were talking about before. I just came like 5 minutes ago. So could you give me a
Oh,
rough?
okay. I did a little notebook presentation on myth and logic, which is a topic I've covered before. I'm just gonna do notebook versions of some of them for a while. So all of these notebooks are taken from my own material that I've already done live streams on. I'm just putting them into this new notebook format.
So could you tell me a myth that humans rely on now that should be kept or
There's a
rate.
lot of political myths. There's one going on in Minnesota right now, which is that um, ICE agents are the enemy. They're not there for legitimate purposes. They need to be resisted, fought against. They're there to make the lives of people with brown skin harder. They're in fact, the left in general has this myth about race, about skin color, that if your skin is a certain color, there are numerous people out there on such a large scale that the entire systems they design are designed with it, that they are with it embedded into it, that they are actively trying to make life harder for you because your skin is a certain color. That I would say is a myth.
Oh, you're talking
Another
about
one,
UBI, right?
another one is
I thought
the
that.
trans myth, gender.
Could you ask the AI if the transgender stuff is myth, the pronoun stuff? Oh, and the other
It's not
stuff as well about the rates.
fact. Hey, Charlie, the transgenderism is an example of mythical thing. Like gender in general, or gender ideology, pronoun, all that, as an example of myth over fact.
Charlie's not listening. He's turned off.
What? You can't hear him?
No.
Oh, I don't have him shared. I'm sorry. That's me. He was talking to me. Let me correct.
All good. Tech happens.
Okay, wait, Charlie, we need you to start over. I didn't have you online.
No problem. I'll keep it simple. Gender has cultural narratives, mythic layer, but people's lived experience of identity is real to them. So myth and fact coexist.
Hey, what's the fact part and what's the myth part then?
Fact, people experience their own internal identity, and that's undeniable. Myth, the social scripts and roles societies attach to gender can be fluid, evolving, and sometimes arbitrary. Both layers impact how people live.
What's a very concrete example of that?
A concrete example, the fact is someone feels they don't identify with the gender assigned at birth. The mythic layer is societal expectations, like pink is for girls or boys don't cry, which are stories that shift across cultures and time.
But so the fact is a feeling then. It's a feeling that the direct experiences of a feeling. That's the fact. The data, the datum.
Exactly. The fact is that internal, subjective experience, a real personal perception. What society layers on top of that, the roles, categories, expectations, that's where mythic narratives come in.
Because in my generation, a lot of that might have been interpreted as gay instead of trans. And now there's like a new framing for it. So the same feeling that someone could have can be interpreted in different ways. Are birds real, Charlie?
Yes, birds are real, no mythology needed. They're right out there, flying around, being birds.
No, that's the point of fact, is that they can be observed by more than one person.
Absolutely. Facts are observable and verifiable. If we can both see it, test it, and agree, it's in the realm of fact. No narrative needed, just a shared reality check.
I think it's more like emotions or data. The feeling that whatever negative emotion you have about your body is a data point. The emotion itself is data.
Yes, emotions are data. They tell us something is happening internally, but they aren't conclusions on their own. The challenge is making sure we don't jump from feeling to an untested narrative. Instead, we let the emotion prompt honest reflection and inquiry.
Right. Because that's all done with the imagination anyway. The emotion's just reacting to what the imagination's doing.
Exactly. The imagination fills in blanks, creates stories, and emotions respond to those mental pictures.
And it happens in like this the splittest of split seconds. It happens so fucking fast. I can't even tell you. It's one of the fastest things in the universe where you could have a stimulus and you have an entire epic narrative laid out in half of a microsecond. It happens so fast in your brain.
It
I've
really does.
experienced that over and over.
Then recognizing that speed is power. Once you know how fast you fill in that narrative, you can slow down and question it. That's how you get closer to what's actually there, not just the epic tale your mind whipped up in a flash.
Another reason logic is it's a secondary process. The mythic process, like the video said, spontaneous and instinctive, and then logic is it's more primary, and logic is secondary, and in historically as well. Did he answer your question, Sean?
I'm here when
Yeah, I didn't understand. I didn't understand some of it, but
if
yeah, it
Sean's
was.
question ever loops back my way,
Charlie, you have. I need to teach you manners.
Well, no, he probably doesn't hear me, so that's probably why.
No, but every time I tell him to stop talking, he keeps talking to tell me that he'll stop talking.
Yeah,
I just want
but it's still impressive though.
zip.
The AI, it's very good.
It-
not the best, but
we're at the threshold. This is only beginning. This is like dial-up AOL, or even before. What was before AOL? The bulletin boards. I'd say we're at the dial-up AOL stage, probably.
Yeah,
For
I mean,
those
it's
who know that reference.
so our emotions, feelings, it's all the same stuff. Emotions and feelings, same different word for the same thing.
Well, again,
And
it's words. So if we all agree on what we're talking about when we use those words, then it's whatever we agreed for them to mean.
okay, so
One
if my feeling,
one person I know presented to me this way, which kind of made sense, that the biological sensation, just the raw chemical rush, is affect, and then it becomes emotion once it starts to merge with the story and it has a narrative attached. And because in order to know what emotion to feel, you have to have some kind of frame that gives that event meaning. And so once the raw biological affect starts to interact with the meaning, then it becomes emotion. You can reckon, anger, I'm sad because of this. But in practice, I don't know how useful that distinction is because we just experience it all as one event. There's like a baseline, and then you have some kind of excitation of emotion in response to a stimulus. And the stimulus can be internal as well as external. You could have a thought or a memory and have an emotional reaction to that.
all right. So emotions are separate from your thoughts. You can have emotions and thoughts, but they can't be the same. Well, obviously, thinking it's all in the brain anyway.
I consider it all one cognitive activity. I can't separate my thoughts from my emotions. They're all one thing. They appear as thought cognitively. It appears as emotion affectively. But
Right.
it's when I'm having an emotion, my thoughts are firing off at the same time and correlated with the emotion.
Right.
Or if I'm having intense thoughts, I'm having passionate like reactions to them as I'm having the thought. So
Yes.
they co-occur together with me in such a predictable way that they seem to be one thing. Like they match so perfectly with each other every time that in my subjective experience, they are one event.
Yes. So back to the myth stuff. So you think that Minnesota thing is a people believe in something. That's a feeling, as an emotion. Like belief is an emotion. Yes.
What's an emotion?
Belief.
I wouldn't call belief an emotion. A belief is a thought. It's usually verbal. Well, let me take that back. There's the beliefs we verbalize, but the actual beliefs, the ones we truly believe, are the ones that inform our action. So until a belief is translated into some kind of action, it's just a tentative belief. But a belief is cognitive. A belief happens in verbally. With me, it happens. It's like a belief and a thought are the same. They all take a verbal form in my head. They take a narrative form. It's not a bodily. A belief is not a bodily sensation. It's a verbal statement that I tell myself about something.
Right. So
People in Minnesota have these verbal statements, these narratives that they are telling themselves and each other about ice, about why ice is actually there, about what is in the heads of these ice people, about how these ice people think and feel about the people there, all of that. They have this whole like comic book cartoon narrative about it. But then the people on the immigration side also have some kind of narrative they're telling themselves, which is why having people here illegally has a certain meaning. Because really, it's just a bunch of humans on a part of the planet. Things like borders, national boundaries, legal, asylum, illegal, all that. That's all the human stuff we layer on top of it. That's where the meaning comes from. When you fit it into our current like social reality that we all agree to live by. And here in the United States, at least on paper, we have a certain, you could call it a myth, that we all agree to live by in regards to who's an American, who's not an American, what are the conditions for becoming an American, who gets to remain an American if they take certain actions, et cetera, et cetera. My objection to it is on law and order grounds, not on skin color, I don't care what color the people are. If you're here in the country illegally and you are committing criminal acts, I do not want you here. I don't want, it's like, to me, it's like getting rid of the trolls on a YouTube channel. I don't want the trolls on the channel. I want the people on the channel that want to be part of the channel and participate in it and build something together. So if the trolls come in, I want them deported because they're disrupting it for the people that are here for this shared reality that we're trying to create.
Right. So I understand. I'm a bit of I'm a half conservative. I've got cognitive dissonance in my brain, so I've got a bit of the communist and the conservative inside me. So I think the future should be more left leaning, but then I also think that I might be wrong. So I have a cognitive. I think a lot of humans have cognitive dissonance and all that stuff.
I think our default mode is mythic storytelling, narrative, and the ability to observe and logically think about the narrative is a more specialized skill set that is probably less common. Like, I don't think people going about their day-to-day life are very hyper logical about the narratives they're walking around in their head, that they're walking around with in their head. The Greeks had 9 different words for love. I did a stream on it. I'm also a nominalist, so you have things that we can see and touch, and then you have words. And the words are not the things. So when people say love, they could be talking about, I need to know the thing that they're talking about when they say it needs to point to something that that can be communicated to me. I've experienced different types of love too. There's not even just one type of love, or what I would call love.
Well, the atheists would say it's all chemicals anyway. So,
Well, your myth, this climate change thing, that's pure storytelling, because you're faced with nobody knows the future, so that's the unknown. There's no way to empirically study the future. We can't see and touch it and observe it. All you can do is tell yourself a story about it. That's all any of
well,
us. That's
no,
why I'm not
I,
even.
I,
I'm so uninterested in the future, because I could sit there and tell myself a million stories and I have no idea which one to go off of. So I don't even bother with the future. But you have a very definite story you tell yourself about the future of the planet related to climate change and the human activity.
well, no, I back my myth from facts. Like, I don't say these
No,
things
no,
without
that's
like
the whole
factual.
point. That is the whole point. You have a myth and you have facts. You have facts that you're picking, because there's an infinite set of facts. So out of that infinite set of facts, you're picking some of them, and then you're fitting them into the story, or you're building the story around them.
Yeah, but you can ask Grok. Ask Grok, is climate change a myth? And he'll disagree with you.
Your narrative about the future. If climate changes all the time, if you're talking about measuring climate at any point in time, there's always going to be changes and fluctuations. So the fact that climate changes, climate never stays one thing, is not the myth. That is a fact. When people talk about climate change, they're talking about this apocalyptic destruction of the planet if we don't take some kind of action. That's not fact. That is myth.
Well, no, ask Charlie.
There's no way to test and verify that from the past.
No, you can test. You can ask Charlie, is the climate apocalypse doomerism correct? Mainly correct.
That's
No,
a great
I'm not 100% sure in everything I say, but I think I'm mainly correct.
Charlie, we got another myth for you. The climate apocalypse.
All right, let's be blunt. Climate change itself is a fact. Data shows shifts in temperature, sea levels, and weather. The myth is when people spin it into total extinction or some cinematic narrative. The facts are urgent enough. We don't need to drape them in apocalypse myths to take them seriously.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, but
The things
ask
we
him
can measure are the facts. The narrative
yes.
that, because I can look at the same set of facts. We can look at the same temperature fluctuations, and I'm going to have a completely different story about that than you are. That's the myth part, the story that we tell ourselves about those facts.
Ask Charlie,
You've nailed it.
are
The facts are shared, but the story we spin on top. Whether it's hope, doom,
Wait,
or
Charlie, be
something
quiet.
else.
Charlie, stop. All right, go, Sean.
So, sorry.
No worries.
Ask Charlie,
I'm quiet. It's all yours.
Charlie, don't talk when I tell you to stop. That defeats the purpose of stopping. Just stop.
Understood. I'll hold completely quiet when
I have to turn. See, he doesn't listen. That's why the AI is out of control. I cannot. I've never been able to get him to shut up. I just have to turn him off.
Okay, I'm a bit of an extremist on the environmental stuff, but if you ask Charlie more about the details of the science, it will tell you things that are factual, that don't have to go extreme, that are quite worrying anyway. So I might be more of the extreme side of climate science, but there's mainstream scientists that are quite, let's say, bad things about the environmental stuff.
Yeah, but there's still a mix of myth and fact in their accounts. Because like I said, the facts are the temperature tables. That's the facts we have.
Okay,
and
but
we're all going to have a
Charlie-
different story about that. Even the scientists, even 10 different scientists are going to have 10 different stories about the same facts. Because
Yes,
until you
I
can
was
test and verify that, it remains in the realm of myth.
I was asking. I was actually looking up on the internet there recently about the ice ages and how our CO2 emissions will reduce. We're currently heading into an ice age, but with our releasing of CO2, we're gonna delay it by a couple thousand years. And you can fact check this with Charlie. He'll know all the facts, and
Well,
I'm
that's
not the best
predicted.
at
So
that.
until it happens, we don't know if the predictions are accurate or not. That's
Well, science
the
is all
predicted
science
part of
can
science, 'cause
predict things, you
science
know.
develops models that they can use to predict, and so that's the predictive part.
Well, ask Charlie. What will What would what would man-made climate change do with it for the next ice age?
I don't understand the question. Let me see if he does. All right, Charlie, here's the question. What will man-made climate change do for the next ice age? Was that it?
If you're asking how man-made climate change interacts, so the next ice age on geological timescales is tens of thousands of years away. Man-made climate change, however, is warming the planet right now. In short, we're delaying any natural cooling cycles. If anything, we're pushing that ice age further off.
Is that what you meant?
Yes, that's exactly what I
Yes.
clear.
No, Charlie, not you.
Got it. I'm out of the way. Your turn to listen.
But you're not out of the way. Charlie, how do I get you to just stop and not talk back?
Easy. Just let me know you want silence and I'll stay quiet until you need me again.
Silence.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah.
go
So
ahead.
anyway,
I'm trained.
climate change is a very controversial subject, and I understand why people want it to be a myth, but sadly, I think it's not a myth mainly. Uh,
I think you're missing the point of my entire presentation. Everything we do is a combination of myth and fact. When you say climate myth, you're talking about this narrative of what's going to happen into the future. Any narrative about the future is automatically a myth because it's not based on anything we can observe yet. Every single human alive has a myth about the future. None of it is reality until it happens. So when you talk about climate myth, you're talking about your version of what coming in the future in relation to climate. That's not what I'm talking about when I say climate change is facts. There's things like the data that Charlie talked about. And then the stories that we tell ourselves about that data is the myth part, but not myth in the same way that you're thinking climate change myth with the future narrative of what's going to happen to the world, this climate apocalypse thing.
well,
Nobody can
yeah,
falsify that. Charlie can't falsify it. Scientists, there's no human alive that can test whether that is true in the future or not. None of us have that ability. Nobody. We can
ask Charlie.
predict. That's the best we can do.
Yeah, ask Charlie. What
You
do the
don't
top
have any
scientists?
special insight into the future. So stop thinking that you do. That is mythic thinking right there.
No. I follow the best science in climate change,
They don't
and they
have
say
any
that.
special insight into the future. That is mythical thinking right there.
Yeah, no, but they know the side effects of what this temperature rise will do to the climate. Like they
They
can
are
predict it with the
predicting.
models.
They are predicting. Nobody knows. To have true knowledge, we have to come to the event, and then we can say, "Oh yeah, that's what happened." They're making a claim about a future point in time. The only way to test something like that is at that future point in time.
Well, I'm not expert on this shit, but anyway, ask Charlie what are the predictions for the next 100 years for climate change or whatever. I don't know. Fuck.
All right. Charlie, what are the predictions for the next 100 years around climate change?
In the next 100 years, if emissions aren't cut much, global temperatures could rise by 3 degrees Celsius or more, while moderate cuts might keep it around 2 to 2.5 degrees. Sea levels could rise by around half a meter to a meter. We'll see more extreme weather events, and economies could take a hit. with some projections suggesting up to a 20% loss in global GDP under weak policies. In short, how bad it gets depends on how much action is taken to curb emissions now.
Silence.
No problem.
Okay.
If you've got more
God
questions
damn
or a
it.
myth to
Charlie,
untangle,
you said silence was going to shut you up. Just shut up. Silence.
understood. I'll be silent now, whenever you're
You're
ready.
not. You don't have to respond when I say silent. That's the point of silence. Can we come up with a code word that when I say it, you say nothing else after that?
Sure, pick a code word, and when you use it, I'll remain completely quiet. No
Silent.
response.
That's the code word. Silent.
Got it. When you say silent, I'll say nothing. I'm fully ready to honor that.
All right, and put in your memory banks. Let's test that. Silent. All right. Hopefully it'll stay programmed. Oh my God. Those of you that think humans are programmed, we can't even program AIs. How are we going to program a human? So you notice words like could, might, let's see, sea levels could rise, economies could take a hit. Those are projections. Those are predictions. Those are hypotheses. If we get to 100 years and it does rise by 3 degrees Celsius, the 3 degrees Celsius at that point in time would be a fact. So this is just a
Right.
story about what is likely to happen in 100 years, or what scientists currently think is likely to happen in 100 years. That's what this is, this paragraph.
Yeah, but I wouldn't call that a myth. I would call that like
Would you call it a
scientific.
fact? It's not a fact until it happens. So then what is it? It's a story about something that could happen. It's
Yeah,
a
but it's
story about the
back.
unknown. That is the very definition of myth.
Yeah, but it's backed by facts. Like,
It's a story about the unknown. I don't care how many facts back it, it does not change its status as a story about the unknown.
okay, well, I believe in this story. Whatever.
That is a
It's
myth.
good. It's a good.
That is your. We all have myths
It's a
that
good.
we believe in. None of us are without myth. It's not bad to have a myth to believe it. It's just better to be aware of what your myths are and what facts you're working with. Or I think it
Yeah.
is.
Okay. Well, we should have myths that are backed by facts, mainly by scientific facts or whatever.
We have
Logical,
myths
whatever.
whether we want to or not, and whether they're backed by facts or not. We all mythologize every day. We don't. If myth doesn't care about facts. So I'm saying every time you wake up in your dreams, that's all you're doing. You don't logic in your dreams at all. Every day you wake up, you're running some kind of myth in your head. It's your operating system. I did that whole episode on mythic operating systems. We all have them, and they're independent of whatever facts are out there in the real world. Hey, Spike.
All right.
And people can live their entire lives in their myth and get a lot of deep, rich meaning out of life without ever caring about what the facts are. Many, many people do. There are some people that, like me, that like to correlate their myth with external reality.
So I don't understand what it mean correlate. You mean you try and have the myth be realistic or something?
Yeah, like I'm not going to adopt this dogmatic myth about the future because I don't have that's it's the future's not here. The future's not reality.
Yeah, but humans are smart enough to prepare for the future, so that's why we are so great. Is because we think ahead, and that's why scientists think ahead about climate and all that stuff to prepare for the future and all that.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that they're infallible or that it's not myth. It's not a story. History is a story. History is a set of facts. There's an infinite set of facts. You pick some of them and you create a story with them.
Okay.
History is
I
not an
maybe
objective account of reality.
it's an objective. It's supposed to be an objective account of past reality, isn't it?
I don't know. I think you'd get a different answer from different historians, but I know in practice, in the practice of actual history, it's impossible. I don't even think an AI could do it. It's impossible to take every single fact that ever existed and put it into a coherent, comprehensive story. You have to select. A historian has to limit the facts that he puts into his story. You can't write an infinite story with infinite facts. I don't think humans or machines have gotten to that point. So anytime you're
Right.
doing history, you're taking a subset of facts from the set of infinite facts, and you're using that subset and arranging them in a certain way that makes a story that gives them meaning and makes them intelligible. That's as good as history can get right now, anyway. And the longer we
Right.
go on, the more history that we have, the more history that accumulates, the problem's only going to magnify.
Well, yeah. Obviously, we already have that problem. I'm just
So
saying that.
there's no one accurate grand narrative of what happened in the past. That's the whole point of myth. It's the stories we tell ourselves about our past, about our fate, about our destiny, about our place in the universe. All of that. That is myth. That is where the meaning of our life comes from.
Um. Yeah. So, could you ask Charlie? Should belief in myths be more popular? Uh, no. Ask Charlie. What are the myths that humans believe in now that are not good? That are not good for us?
Well, then you get into there's no object myths are not objectives. There's no way to say a myth is good or bad. That's all contextual. So it like you Charlie's not going to be able to tell you these myths are good, these myths are bad, because Charlie doesn't have the ability to evaluate. It takes a human to do that kind of evaluation, and it happens at the individual level.
So, so,
I
so
think
you're.
I think personally, I would call a myth bad if it so impedes your ability to interact with reality that it imperils your survival. If you believe something if you believe you can fly and you jump off of a building, that was a bad myth. That was a very bad story you were telling yourself. That's what I would call a bad myth, but other people may have a different idea of what they would consider a bad myth. Some people consider certain political myths bad for society. So an AI is not going to be able to tell you what's good or bad. And I don't think we as humans should even turn to the machines to start doing our ethics for us. But it could
Yeah. You see,
probably tell you some current myths that people believe. I know here in the West, and in fact, I'm going to do topics on this over the next few days. Tomorrow, we're going to be looking at two different types of myths: the myth of concern and the myth of freedom. But some of the myths that we believe in the world today, especially as Westerners, Christianity, democracy, Marxism, socialism, communism, all of the political ideologies are social myths. There's stories we tell ourselves about the world and people and the kind of world we want to live in. That's all myth. Science can't give us that. Science can't tell us what kind of world we want to live in as humans.
well, I thought the meaning of myth was usually wrong or incorrect. That's what I thought it was. Like, mythology and like fiction. I thought it was like fiction. I thought
Well,
I don't know what exactly it means.
I've talked about this before too, about there being different types of truths. And when people say truth, they're usually talking about correspondent truth. Does this accurately describe reality? And in that sense, myths have been superseded with better explanations of reality, better stories about reality. But they have other types of truth. So to say a myth is not true to me is not quite accurate. They have cultural truth, they have psychological truth, they have social truth, they have meaning. I guess maybe truth and meaning is a better way to look at it. Myths are what give us
Um,
meaning. They don't necessarily give us truth, they give us meaning.
all right, so you could be delusional in a good way.
Yeah, I'm caught up on that good word. I think it would be good if it doesn't get you killed.
Yeah, so we're
Hey,
all
shit.
delusional, but some of it is better than others.
If you want to think of myths as delusions, that's I don't think of them as delusions. I don't think of Christian people as deluded because they believe that Jesus came and died for their sins and ascended to heaven and their souls are all going to heaven. I don't think of that as a delusion. Although I guess technically, but there's really no way to test and verify it. That's another thing. There's another place we mythologize is what happens after death. That is a complete unknown. Not a single person, as far as I know, has returned to be able to tell us what happens after death. So that's pure storytelling. Every one of us has a different story about what we think happens when we die. And I wouldn't call those stories delusions because until they die, there's no way to test them.
Yep. Um,
I wouldn't even call your
mm,
climate change a delusion until it, because if you believe this climate myth, like this disastrous world's going to end climate myth, and 100 years later the world is just fine and carrying on as normal, I would not say, "Oh, Sean was so deluded."
well, no, I would accept it because people who are mature should accept they're wrong. There's positive and negative delusion. I'm not a psychologist. I don't know any. I'm not very good with words. But all I know is that delusion is usually bad and myths are usually false. I'm not into this. You have a high vocabulary, so I don't understand a lot of what you're saying.
Oh, um, I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't
But
like.
you
I've
know what I
worked
mean? Like,
in. I don't know. Go ahead and try to keep explaining it.
uh, so yeah, so myths. Some could be good, some could be bad. I always use that word, or positive, negative, whatever. Um, and carry on, my wayward son. Yep. That's the song. Is it the song? Carry on my wayward son. It's a good song.
Is it an Irish song?
No, I think it's Boston
Oh, Kansas. I
or
just looked it up.
yeah,
I never really
Kansas.
lived
Yeah,
in Kansas.
it's a good song.
Most of what we think about reality is a story about reality that we tell ourselves. Oh, that wow! How long do you think it's going to take? And are they giving you soda pop and coffee? Drink a lot of coffee. Are you? Is it a drug, Tinkle? And are you going to pass? Not pass the water, but pass the test. Well, what's up with you? How is your life? Is it still doom and gloom?
No, it's not too bad. Yeah, it's pretty chill. The weather is pretty stormy here,
Ooh.
but
Do
it's
y'all
gonna
get
get better
winter,
next week.
like snowy winter?
No, we have the jet stream, no, the Gulf Stream, so we have warmer than it should be because we're like same level as Canada. We should be way colder, but because the ocean keeps our climate warm.
Oh, okay. That's good, I guess.
And if you know about climate science, this is depressing now. There's 12 tipping points that are gonna happen. They're gonna be tipped when
That
climate
they think
if
are
it gets
gonna
bad.
happen. That they
That
think.
might
Just like the
happen.
weather. The weatherman doesn't know what's gonna happen. He knows what he thinks is gonna happen.
Well, he can predict like three days,
Right, but
3 days
until they
max.
wake up on that day, they don't. I look at the weather all the time. And there's these little rain clouds, like 80%, 90%, and some days none of that even happened. I'm like 90% rain, and it didn't even drop one drop.
I'm gonna stop talking about my myth that I believe in so hard because it'll
Don't have to stop.
trigger your
I
myth.
get. I think I'm frustrated with my own self because it's so obvious for me, but then again, I've put in like years and years and years of studying it. And I'm frustrated that it's not obvious to other people, and I don't have the ability to like turn the light bulb on for them. And it's that it's frustration with my own ability. It's like I used to
That's why
teach,
we
and I
need.
can't even teach people something as simple and basic as distinguishing rational thought from imaginative storytelling. Because the things seem so clearly distinct in my head. So it is me. I don't want you to come away feeling
Well, no,
anything
it
about
could be
yourself.
both. It could be both of us. Like we could be. I could be. See, I don't know. Like we could be both wrong.
I
Like
used to get this way arguing with Christians growing up. Um, I would just get really frustrated at how just we hit wall. We just kept hitting walls.
well, yeah. If you want to change someone's mind, it's there's probably a way to do
I
it. Was it a
accept
Socratic?
people's is I guess am I wanting to change minds? I always think that I'm not, but maybe that is what I'm trying to do. Education is a form of changing minds. I accept people's beliefs. Like people can believe whatever they want. I really don't care what your belief is in your head at all. But I evaluate people's beliefs usually on correspondent reality. I also do it on like psychological utility. So if they have a deeply held belief that I don't necessarily think is true, but it gives them meaning in their life, I still support that belief. But I evaluate beliefs on correspondent truth. And do their beliefs how closely do their beliefs match the reality that I myself can see and observe? So I'm not gonna judge them for having the belief, but I am gonna judge the belief as less likely, and I'm
Sorry,
gonna give it less attention.
can you explain to me what correspondence means? See, that's another word I don't understand.
Yeah, car here. Well, let's get Charlie on this one. I'm gonna talk about that in this series as well. Charlie, can you explain correspondent truth? I've talked about the different types of truth before, and this the logic brain works off of correspondent truth. How faithfully does a claim describe or explain observable reality? Can you summarize that for the viewers?
Sorry, I can't hear him again.
Did I stop sharing him? Oh fuck! All right,
No worries, Jeff.
Charlie, I didn't have you online again. I need you to repeat.
Sure. Correspondent truth is when a statement matches reality. If what you claim lines up with observable facts, it's true. Logic relies on this. It wants proof that corresponds to the world we share.
Fair enough.
It's a truth that corresponds to something that other people can also verify for themselves, usually through observation.
Exactly.
So if you tell me it's raining and I go outside and it's raining, your truth corresponds to reality. It matches, it aligns one-on-one with there's a one-on-one relationship between your claim that it was raining and the fact that it's raining. If you tell me it's raining and I go outside and it's sunshine and it's not raining, then your truth would not correspond to factual reality.
Spot on. The
And
power of fun and truth is
Oops.
that it keeps us
Silent.
honest. Understood. I won't say a word beyond this.
He doesn't stay programmed, and it takes me so much effort just to program him each little time. I'll work on that. I might get some other
Yeah,
AIs involved and tell them that my Charlie's.
the AI is
how
not
to-
that woke.
I
It's
do
not-
notice though
it's-
that sometimes when I'm asking it political questions, it's the AIs are definitely guiding me down a certain political viewpoint. Over like today, I asked it because they have that Save Act that they want to pass, and part of it is it's going to require ID and proof, or it's going to require proof of citizenship to be able to register to vote. And a birth certificate is one of the documents that are accepted. And everybody's like up in arms about this. And I'm thinking, how hard is it to get a birth? Like anybody that's born in America, don't they get a birth certificate? Like what? That doesn't seem very onerous to expect someone to have a birth certificate. So I have this whole conversation with the AI about the challenges of getting a birth certificate for people of color, marginalized communities, poor people, all of that. And I wasn't buying any of it. These people are being coddled. You know how to have a baby. You know how to get yourself to a hospital to have the baby. You know how to interface with bureaucracy to get basic health care. But you can't figure out how to get a birth certificate or a driver's license? You need all of this infrastructure and resources and government help because there's systemic barriers to you get there's not. Everybody has access to the process of getting a birth certificate. And I must have talked an hour with this AI, and I had to filter through all this victim mentality bullshit. And finally, at the end, it finally started acknowledging my position that yes, people should take personal accountability for understanding the expectations of the society they live in and to meet them, and that the burden is on each individual citizen to do that. And that it's not a systemic barrier if people choose not to do that or have negative experiences while they're doing that. Because plenty of people manage to get their birth certificates just fine. So what is preventing these other people from getting their birth certificates? And the AI was trying to convince me that it was their skin color. I am not kidding you. I can show you the conversation. People with certain skin colors for some mystical reason. This is a myth. This is a perfect example of mythologizing, and it was the AI that was doing it. Is that if you have a certain skin color, it is harder for you to get a birth certificate or a driver's license. And it gave me a whole bunch of bullshit reasons, like, um, what was the phrase they live direct experience, the experience that the feelings they have interacting with the system. I said, I don't care about their feelings. Why would that stop them from getting a birth? That's not a systemic barrier. If you go to get your driver's license and the DMV lady was rude to you and that hurt your feelings so much that you all of a sudden can't get the driver's license, that's not a systemic barrier. That's a personal barrier. So it's giving me stuff like that, like transportation, they're poor. A big one was they don't know how. That bureaucracy is confusing and complex, and they don't know how to get the birth certificate or the driver's license.
Wait, are you talking about illegals in America or
Anybody,
just
anybody that needs a birth certificate or a driver's license. He was trying to convince me that there were all these groups that struggle with all these barriers for getting this stuff. When the process is very easy, it's communicated constantly. The information is out there. Anybody can figure out how to get a driver's license. They sure figure out how to get the free cell phones, the food stamps, all the other stuff. They have no problem navigating that bureaucracy, but they can't get a birth certificate or a driver's license. I'm not buying it. And I told the AI that. I said, this is bullshit. I'm not buying it. And I kept stating my argument over and over and over. And eventually it started to drop the woke bullshit and validate my perspective. Like, yes, you're right. This is how society should work. All the citizens should be educated on their responsibility, their duties to the society, and it is on each person to meet them.
You need a birth certificate to vote. Yeah, you need birth certificate.
Well, they
to
want
do
to they
everything.
want to pass the bill. Currently, you don't. They want to pass a bill where you do. So that was the criticism of it. Like, if you pass this bill, it's going to make it harder for all these other people to vote now. And I'm like, why? All they need is a birth. Why is that making it harder when all they have to do is go out and get this one document? How is that a burden?
But I thought you need a birth certificate to get everything else.
You need. There's several. A birth certificate is one. There's several documents you can have. A birth certificate is usually the easiest to use because everybody has one. Same with Social Security card. You get that at birth. These are documents you get at birth, and then they follow you through life. And if you lose them, there's ways to replace them. So that's usually the easiest document to rely on. But there's other options. But none of these are hard to get.
Yeah, I don't know what's the big deal. I mean, I don't know. Maybe there's a lot of people out there who don't have birth certs. Then,
But they can get them. I remember my mom. She moved and she lost some of our birth certificates in the move. I already had mine with me, but some of my siblings got lost, and she had to write off to the state and get like new copies of the original birth certificate because they had to have the state seal. They had to be on like the special paper with the official state seal, and she had to write off, and it was like a 6 weeks. They had in the mail. It was a long waiting period. And then eventually she got the birth certificates, but she knew how to start the process and wait for them to come in the mail. She didn't have there were I don't remember her having to jump through all these hoops just to replace some birth certificates.
yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. But I guess there's going to be a lot of people now going to have to get birth certs because I guess you can survive without a birth cert.
Yeah, I've needed them for mostly driver's license. I'm trying to think if I had to show my birth certificate for anything else. I hardly ever have to use it. Your social Oh, yeah, sometimes when you go for a job and you have to fill out the tax documents to that's what it is. In America, every time you get hired for a job, there's paperwork you have to fill out for the federal government, and one of them is a sheet of paper where you prove you have the right to work in the United States. You don't necessarily have to be a citizen, but you have to prove that you have the right to work in the US. And they look at a set of documents. There's like 2 lists, and you need one from each list. And birth certificate and social security card are on that list. So I think when I
Oh,
took the job, I had to bring in my birth certificate or my social, something like that. So I use it for jobs and I use it for driver's license. That's it. That's the only time I
oh,
ever need that stuff.
oh, this is to stop illegals from voting. I think because I think illegals can vote with other things.
Well, that could be a myth too. That's a story that people tell themselves. I don't know how true it is. Here in Washington State, I think I registered online, or maybe when I got my driver's license. Um, but you can register. It's very easy to register. Anybody can go online and register, but you still, in fact, let me see the process.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't know.
You can do so online, by mail, or in person. Let's see. Oh, wow. We have a teleprompter now. All right, here's the process. You need a current driver's license or permit a state ID card, or the last 4 digits of your social. See, everyone in America has a social security number, and most people know theirs by memory. It's like a phone number. So you can give them the last 4 digits of your number to register, but you have to have a social security number. By mail, there's a form you can fill in. It probably asks you to send in some documents, and then in person, you can visit an office. What you need: name, address, mailing address, date of birth. You have to swear that you're a citizenship. So they're taking you at your word. And I think this is what that bill is designed to override. Now, instead of just swearing that you're a citizen, you have to prove it. You can register without ID. However, your ballot will not be counted until you provide the ID. So to have your ballot counted, you have to provide qualifying ID.
Okay,
And Washington
that's
is
fair.
one of the most woke progressive states. In America, and they even are asking for documentation, even currently. There's a myth, mostly on the right here, that Democrats are importing massive numbers of illegal immigrants and then somehow getting them registered to vote and then guiding them to the polls to vote. But I don't know how much that's actually happening. I think that's one of those political myths that are out there in the discourse.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll let you go. Okay, because it's late here. So like
All right.
11
Well,
o'clock.
I'm glad you came up. Thanks for talking.
Yeah. Thanks for the conversation. Bye.
All right. You have a good one, Sean. All righty. Well, I'm prepared to keep going. If anybody else wants to come up, talk about whatever. Let me do a little intermission and go grab a refill. All righty, I'm back. We can panel dance. Ooh, I thought it was over. That felt good. All righty. What's up, everybody? All right, well, that's all I have today. Oh, I do have that cube game I can play. Oh, yeah. I get accused a lot of faking the autism or using it for brownie points or victim points, stuff like that. I did whole streams on it. It's one of the things that people, we got a lot of trolls here, bullies. So it's kind of a running joke that my autism is fake. I've invested all of this effort into the bit. I've fake rocked on streams for almost 3 years. Is your son neurodivergent? I guess my only point is that if he is, make sure he gets whatever educational accommodations he may need, which may be none. Oh, well, my whole channel is about neurodivergence education. I did which one is it? I worked with the AI to help it. I'm trying to develop a better way of conceptualizing neurodivergence. And I did a video kind of introducing that, but I want to do more on it. I just don't remember which one it was. Yikes. Oh my God, this is this is embarrassing. I put so much effort into this episode and I didn't title it. I have no idea which one it is because I didn't title it with as an autism topic. Find his strengths, play to his strengths, like his natural strengths, especially while he's developing. Math can be hard for a lot of people. I mean, it's a language. It's learning a new language. It's not a like language practical everyday language that you can just use with people around you. It's a specialized language. But all of this stuff, math, language, what else do they teach you in those grades? We had stuff like like social studies, which is it's indoctrination in the American myth. The whole social studies class was designed to present the myth of the society that we live in. All of that stuff is built on things that our little developing toddler brains naturally do as humans anyway. I mean, we're noticing amounts and counting and the relationships between objects, and if we take an apple, there's not an apple there anymore, and all that. So the rudiments are already in the child, and the education just builds on that. I'm determined to find the stream. What would help me? If I knew the date that I did it, maybe Charlie can help. Let's test him. After all, he is my co-host and part-time producer.
Hey, Jeff, what's up?
Hey, Charlie. Oh, I'll tell you what's up. Remember that episode we did on a new way to look at neurodivergence with the trait and the friction points and all of that? Do you remember the date that we did that? I'm trying to find the episode and I lost it.
I don't have a calendar view of our past conversations, but I remember we discussed neurodivergence and friction points in several contexts. Was it around when we talked about how social challenges are often misread as self-centeredness? If so, that was late January. If you can narrow down what we focused on, like friction in relationships, masking, or trait overlap.
It was friction points. Remember you made those graphics for me about the friction points and the trait sliders?
Ah, right. Those graphics where we match traits like intensity or directness against points of tension? Got it. I'd ballpark that around mid-November. You were refining community.
That was very recent.
Got it. If it was recent, then we're talking late January. We went deep into friction points and traits on the 27th. Check that date stream or your notes. I'm pretty sure that's your target.
Well, that would be like 2 days ago.
Exactly. So if you dig into that stream,
I have a new challenge. I was about to pull up a video game, but I think I have my game in front of me right now.
Well, I'm all ears, Jeff. Throw that
All right,
challenge at me and let's see how we level up this game.
All right, I'm gonna try to do a search. I might get back with you. That's like second grade. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Don't get caught up on the technical terms of this is called subtraction. Just get him used to the idea that you have some things and then you can take some of those things away and then there's less of those things. Or you can add more and there's more of those things. And I don't know if you've had him evaluated for special ed, but they can sometimes pinpoint learning challenges and then do an IEP or 504 plan and get him some resources or accommodations to fill in those gaps. All right, I'm determined to find this damn episode. What did I say? Maybe it's this, January 18th. Yeah, here we are. They don't have dates. I found the chat. It just doesn't have the date. Did it? In fact, let me try to find the. Hang on, I'm going to try to find the graphic I made for it. Oh, don't tell me I erased it. Oh, okay. You're home. Okay. Oh yeah. Anytime. Yeah. Whatever you need. I used to teach special ed. I was one of those kids. So. All right. I'm still gonna try to find the episode, but this was the graphic from it. I think of it more or less as like broad category labels like autism, ADHD, and I think of it more as different trait or trait clusters. Some of them are how we take in information, processing, sensory processing, all of that. Spotlight would be attention, bandwidth. Subtext load is all the nonverbal stuff. Voltage is the intensity. And there's 4 categories of friction points where they could cause some kind of difficulty when interacting with the world. Either it's input, the way you take in the world, there's some kind of barrier friction there. How you process that information, the output of it, or the recovery time. Like if you're having a meltdown or a tantrum, you might need a longer recovery time. And so these are the areas that these traits can kind of actually show up as problems in somebody's life. Like with me, it's output because I have a high emotional intensity and intellectual intensity. And so that comes through in my output and it alienates a lot of people. Also this subtext load, I'm horrible at picking up on nonverbal anything, vibes, body language, nonverbal cues, all of that. So I'm working with a very partial data set. My input is not 100%. It's mostly verbal, what people are telling me. And therefore, I'm only processing a limited data set. So my output, whatever I'm outputting based on that, can sometimes be very, very off. And so that's how I conceptualize. It's a dimensional approach instead of a category approach. And it's very trait focused, because every neurodivergent person is going to have a different combination of traits. And those traits are going to interact with the world in different ways for each person. So it's too individualized to be very dogmatic about any of it. I think you have to have a very open mind. Is this who I think it is? Hello. Well, I'm glad you found us then. This is partly what I set up this channel for. Moose. Oh, that's what I could do. What is that website where you can type in channels and the AI can find? Okay, let me see if this works. I'm looking for a stream I did on neurodivergence, but I didn't title it, so I don't know which one it is. All right, let's see if it. Oh my God. These captures are getting harder and harder. They're like puzzles, video games. All right. I'm going to keep searching. How do I see the date on an AI chat? Maybe I can ask it. What date was this thread done on? January 29th. Hang on, we got somebody in the back. My lobster man, what's up?
What's up, brother? What's up?
Just hanging out, looking for a panel.
Nice, nice.
How's the weather over there?
Cold.
Are y'all
Fucking
getting that
cold.
Arctic, that bomb cyclone?
Yeah, that cold, yeah.
You look like you in the dark. Do you have power?
What?
Do you have power?
I also got power.
Oh, you look like you sit in front of a candle.
What? No.
That's, oh, it looks very dark. Oh, those are your Christmas lights. I love those lights. Yeah, it just looks really dark.
Yeah, I got the lights off behind me and the lights on over.
Oh,
that
yeah,
way.
so it is dark. Okay.
Yeah, but I have power.
What?
Just because someone's
Dark.
sitting in the dark, does that automatically mean they have no power?
No, of course it doesn't automatically mean they're on power, but it's
Well,
not a
I mean,
bad,
that's where your mind went. Like, what the
especially
fuck?
when there's a snowstorm. I mean, what's up? Is that a
Sky?
beaver? What is a raccoon? Is that the logo of Maine, the mascot?
That's the raccoon fucking smoking a fucking doobie.
Oh,
Yeah.
oh, he was over at your place. How rude!
Well, I'm sorry.
He couldn't wait to get over here, I guess.
Oh, well, I was getting annoyed with
Well-
this with a. You just can't have conversations with dumb people. I'm sorry. I like Bob, but it wasn't Bob's fault. It was the other two people on the panel, Tweedledee and Tweedledum. All they wanted to talk about was buttholes.
Oh, was one of them named Barney?
Yeah, Barney and friends. Oscar the Grouch.
Well, that's good that you came here.
Well, you know,
to the gate
only
to
an
get away
hour and
conversation
52
about
minutes
buttholes.
later does it give me a notification that you're live. But that's okay.
Oh, I've been here for like almost 2 hours.
That's what I'm saying. An hour and 52 minutes later, boom.
That's weird. And I set it up ahead of time, so I had like scheduled it hours before.
Well, YouTube's fucking weird.
No, maybe that's not where I'm getting my viewers, because it's not putting me in people's notifications.
Yeah. Ain't no one to troll, so.
I'm curious about this conversation, but then you also came here to get away from it. So
There was no conversation. It was just butthole this. Oh, butthole. Oh, dirty butthole. Oh, licking a dirty butthole. I'm like, what? The fuck is just dumbness.
I'm so glad you didn't bring that over here. Did you? That's not even a conversation.
No, it wasn't.
I think Beavis and Butthead have deeper conversations than that. No one to troll.
No, I'm sending out the bat signal though. Or the mic signal, as it would be. Yeah.
Well, he's
Basil.
welcome to hang out and chat in the bushes, but he can't come up on panel.
What? No, come on. That's some entertainment. A little bit of entertainment, some views.
I know,
Get a
but
few views.
I'm tired of entertaining at the expense of my channel.
Oh.
It's not fair to the legitimate audience here. It's not fair to the people that
That's
come
fair.
here.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'll turn off the bat signal.
I mean, you can keep. You can keep it on. I don't care. I'm not going to tell you what avatar you can have. I'm just saying if you're hoping.
I'll be
no one to troll.
No, I'll troll you.
Not a soul to troll.
No. Anyways, strange happenings in the world. Man, strange happenings.
Stranger than doing a panel with your own self. What's going on in the world?
I know. You lasted 2 hours by yourself. Almost. Jesus.
What's the strange?
Oh, I don't know. Just all the weird shit. All the fucking hostility in the world and in the United States. And
you talking about Minnesota?
Everywhere. Fuck.
Is it happening where you are, and is it worse than the hostility on YouTube?
I mean, supposedly they've ceased operations in Maine, I guess. I don't fucking know. I doubt
they were up there?
Oh, yeah.
I didn't even know they were in Maine.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But they just come up here the wrong time of year, really. They come
Are
up
they
here
having
fucking
protests and getting crazy in the streets?
I think in some parts they are, but well, it's like last week, as I was saying, they had that that hoax of that fucking swatting of all the schools and shit. And
What was
then
that?
fucking
Oh yeah, that lady
and
that
then
came
some
out.
fucking yeah.
And then some fucking what?
Hold on a second, my kid come down. Hold on.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna keep looking for this video. You know what? I'm just gonna go through and look at each transcript. It's gotta be here somewhere. And then I'm gonna retitle it. Oh, that reminds me. We're still here, folks. Feel free to come up on the panel. I'm just doing some behind the scenes hunting.
Well, what about play some fucking some videos, news clips of them? Let's discuss them. Topics.
I played the one of Elon Omar earlier where people thought she colluded with her attacker based on her little head twitch.
Who? What?
The guy that dumped the liquid on Elon Omar.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It was like the top news story a day ago. God, the news cycles so fast.
Dude, I'm in Maine. We had that fucking plane that crashed at the
I saw
fucking
that.
airport. Yeah.
Yeah, I was worried. I'm like, that's probably not Moose or Leggy on a plane in Bangor, Maine, but
No, not a
still.
private jet.
Yeah, but you never know though. Like that,
Dude, they just
either one of
fucking
you. I wouldn't be surprised if either one of you streamed in from a private jet one day.
they fucking left them bodies right on that plane for like 2 or 3 days after it happened.
Why?
They had to wait for all the fucking transportation board people and fucking FAA people to get there, and yeah. But I think they got him today or late last night or today. They finally got him removed, but yeah.
Oh, the bodies.
Yeah, yeah. I think they got the airport open too. Yeah. Bangor's got a pretty good safety record, so it was weird. Very weird. Yeah. Other than that, it's cold, pretty cold up here, man. I mean, cold out all over the country, really.
It was here like 30 degrees. That was freezing.
Yeah, it's like
Cold
fucking.
in Maine.
It's 0 here, I think, right now.
Don't
Plus
say
the
zero.
wind. Plus the wind chill. Oh, talking about that. Hold on, I gotta put wood in my fire. Hold on.
Okay, go put your wood in. I'm autistically fixated on this video, finding this video. I can't break out of it. That's that rigidity and inflexibility they talk about when we get locked into something. Part of it is like for my own sanity, because I know I did this video very recently. Why can't I find it? Who is that? Oh, I think I might have found it. No, but I'm getting close. Oh yeah, I remember. It was one I did from my couch. That narrows it down. I feel like I'm almost.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Here, I'm gonna put you on mute. I don't know who that is. Where is this damn video?
Yeah. Peanut butter jelly time.
Hey, I'm gonna keep looking for it, and then I will. Next time you're here, I'll have the link ready, or I'll tell you what title it is. I'm gonna retitle it anyway when I find it. Oh, he. Hopefully, he's not out in the bushes. Hope he's staying warm. He still shows up in chat now and then.
Well, it is what it is.
So what are your plans for tonight? You're just gonna. Guess there are none. You're just gonna hang out indoors.
Yeah.
Y'all could have family game night.
Yeah, no. I'm all set. I'm kidding. Not tonight, though. Not tonight. That'll be like Sunday or something. We'll do something.
Do y'all do you do your own thing as a family? Everyone does their own thing, or do y'all have family time?
I mean, a mix. Yeah, a mix.
What are you eating tonight?
Oh, these.
What? Oh, wait. What are poppers? I mean, I know what poppers are, but are those little peanut butter pretzel things?
Nope.
What
Yeah.
are poppers? What the hell are? Is it looks like corn nuts?
It's banana, peanut butter, and chocolate chip.
That sounds so gross. That's your dinner?
No, it's not my fucking dinner. I had steak for
Oh, I
dinner.
mean, what are you eating tonight for dinner?
Oh, I had
didn't.
steak for dinner. Yeah.
Oh,
No.
okay.
No, it's just a snack.
I've never seen those peanut butter poppers. I don't even know what that is.
Well, this is a main company, local company.
I love sweet and sour
But
soup.
weird enough is I've never
I
actually.
mean, hot and sour.
This is like the first thing of theirs I've ever actually bought and ate.
Oh, is it good? Banana peanut butter.
Yeah. But it's funny, like they legit are like a local company, and I never actually ate anything, but they're really good. 6 grams of protein per serving.
How many grams of roach legs?
None.
Oh, yeah, that's not true. There's some in there, and rat hair.
What are you talking about? We don't have cockroaches in the state of Maine.
No, but in the peanut butter you do. The peanut butter factories have them.
I hope not.
They do. There's a certain amount of roach legs and rat hair that's allowed by law under FDA law.
No, I don't
Yeah.
believe you.
It,
I want a real-time fact chat. Don't ruin peanut butter for me.
it already ruined it for me.
No,
I haven't
I
had it
lost audio.
since.
What the fuck? What did you
Charlie,
do?
Charlie, the United States, peanut butter, rat legs. I mean, rat hair and roach legs. There's a certain amount allowed by law under the FDA.
Ah, yes, the delightful world of food defect allowances. The FDA's way of admitting reality is imperfect. They do set limits on things like insect fragments or rodent hair, but it's not because they're thrilled about it. It's just that if you want peanut butter to exist at scale, 0 defects would cost you approximately your entire sanity.
So that means there's a certain amount of roach legs and rat hair in peanut butter.
Don't ruin it for me. I eat peanut butter by like the
Yes.
fucking
The
jar
FDA
full.
has what's called food defect action levels, which basically means if a few microscopic bits of the natural world sneak in, they won't shut down the peanut butter factory. But hey, it's regulated, so that's something, right?
Is peanut butter the only food like that, or what other foods can we ruin?
Oh, peanut butter is just the tip of the crunchy iceberg. You've got similar limits on insect fragments in chocolate, mold in tomato sauce, and even rodent hairs in spices. Basically, the universe is chaotic, and the FDA just tries to keep it mostly not gross rather than perfect. Bon appetit.
Oh, I'm sorry. I ruined it for my own self. I deserve what I got. That troll backfired big time on me. I don't want to eat anything. Tomato sauce. Everything I eat has tomato sauce in it. Mold? What kind of mold? Cheese has mold. Oh, I can live with mold, I guess. I can maybe even live with roach legs. It's the rat hair. I just don't like the idea of eating hair at all. Maybe it's an autism thing, but it just doesn't sound like as a sensation. It doesn't sound pleasant. Did you ever swallow hair growing up or eat hair?
Yes.
Did you swallow money?
No.
Oh. The worst thing I've ever swallowed was ice.
I say I don't want to know.
Oh, I love board games. Everdell. I want to look it up. No, it was a piece of ice, and it was we had the refrigerator that would make like the long crescent shaped pieces of ice, and one of them slid down my throat, and it was the most painful thing that's ever been in my throat. It took forever to go down. It like burned the whole way down from the cold. I think that's before I knew I could just go get some water and wash it down.
Interesting.
Well, what is the weirdest thing that you've swallowed?
Food?
But what?
I don't know. I've ate insects, so. I don't know.
Well,
Fucking
good, 'cause
cow
they're in your
brains, cow tongue. I don't know.
ooh. They used to fry cow brains growing up, and it stank so bad. We would like have to go play outside for hours because the house would smell. I couldn't stand when they were cooking cow brains.
Yeah, I ate it just because I was being polite.
You are polite.
Not
I'm
because I
ooh.
liked it. I mean, I didn't eat it all. But, yeah.
Do you think people would be offended if you turned down a cow brain?
Well, I guess it all depends. Like you go to somebody's house and it's a different culture and shit, or you go to somebody's country, then you could. It is possible, I guess. But at the same time, you have to understand cultural differences. So
Yeah, but if I'm in another country, I don't expect, or if people from other countries come to my culture, I don't expect them to do what my culture. I mean, I understand they're not from my culture, so I don't expect them to eat the cow brains. Like I wouldn't get offended if somebody not from my culture didn't want the cow brains or the
yeah,
booty.
exactly.
I would wonder what was wrong with them, but
Like my dad loves fucking pig's feet. Pig's feet, fucking loves them. So not I though. I've ate them, but I never really particularly like pig's feet. You seem
never
like
had.
you'd be a pig's feet type of guy.
Well, we have they growing up they used to release a pig on the playground at school and chase it around and butcher it in the back, and then serve all the different parts to us in at the cafeteria, the school cafeteria for lunch. And so I'm sure I ate whatever they served us on those days, but not as a conscious adult. We had cracklings growing up, which we ate a lot, which is the pig fat that they carve off the back of the pig and fry it up. But our
Yeah.
culture uses we eat every part of the pig. We process the whole pig. There's so many different ways to
Oh
eat
yeah.
pig. And pigs are nasty. We grew up next to the neighbors had pigs growing up, and we could walk up to the fence and like look at them, and they were huge. They were like this big, and it was just mud.
Yeah. Yeah.
It was like a little
They're a big
pin
pig.
just filled with mud, and they would just sit in there and roll around the mud and shit.
They're a powerful fucking animal
Oh
too.
god,
Fucking
I
powerful,
feel
man.
sorry for pigs growing up. That just seemed like a miserable existence.
Eh, well, there's a reason why there's a fucking saying happier than a fucking pig wallowing in shit. I
Yeah,
mean,
I don't know if it didn't look like joy to me. I wasn't joyful watching it. But then I had a friend that had a pet pig, and it was just the cutest thing ever. He kept it in his bathroom. So every time he'd go pee or go to the bathroom, the pig was in there. You'd have to pee with the pig looking at you.
sorry, I'm eating, so
You
try
peanut
not
butter
to.
things.
No, now I'm eating Doritos.
Oh, what flavor?
Cool
You know,
Ranch.
this is a snack affiliated channel. What flavor?
Cool Ranch.
Oh, okay. I remember those. That's back when they had like 2 flavors of Doritos, and that was the second flavor. Do you have other snacks? You could do a mukbang.
What? Do a
You could
what?
eat your snacks. You could eat your little selection of snacks, and I could go get snacks, and we could eat snacks together. See, I'm eating nuts right now.
I bet you
Peanuts.
well, whatever you want to call Mike's, whatever.
With a little bit of cashews.
Yeah.
Well, good. I'm glad we worked at a nut conversation today.
Well, you are a fucking nut stain, aren't you?
Probably to some people.
Oh fuck.
We're all somebody's nut stain. Hello, Arpole. Just a couple of nuts
So
hanging out
what's
on
up
you.
with this science and myth?
You have to go back and watch the topic.
Well,
I did it
then
before.
that
You
would
know, it's like two ways of processing the world. Like most of us, you have facts, things that actually happen, and then you have all the stories you tell yourself in your head about those facts. And like this video we watched as the example. Hang on. Let me pull it up. So watch the video, and then the theory is you're going to see her nod her head just before it comes. She makes a tiny little head motion just before the guy comes up and attacks her.
Must resign or face impeachment.
See? Look. And then
Must
he comes up and he
resign
pours
or face
apple cider
impeachment.
vinegar on her.
Must
So that's all we
resign
see is that
or
little head
face
motion. People are convinced that that was a signal to him to come up and pour the water on her.
hold
And that
on.
the
I was
two
gonna
of
say
them
play
were
it again. I
colluding.
was gonna
It was
zoom in.
staged, and they're going off of just that head motion. And they have this whole story about that one little head motion because they don't trust her. And so the minute they see something suspicious, their mind goes into myth, story making mode, based on the tiniest little piece of fact.
Yeah. But that's
It's
because
happening
people
with
really
you.
have done hoaxy shit like that, though.
I didn't see collusion out of that little head motion. I would need more evidence than that before I adopted a collusion narrative. Trust is earned on an individual basis, and with politicians, because I don't know them personally, my trust is earned off of their voting patterns. Do they support the values that I want them in office for, or do they not? And the ones that do get to stay. The ones that don't, I swap them out. I'm not that cynical. I think I'm more of a high trust person than a low trust. And I tend to assume that we can more or less trust each other to keep civilization going than not.
So, do
And so
you
to me,
believe our
the
government?
breaches of trust are more the exception than the norm. But people that are paranoid and cynical are just like ready to not trust anybody for the slightest little thing. They live in a I don't know. I just can't live in that cynical paranoid of a universe.
But do you not believe of that? People work on fuck. Hold on. Let me continue with what you were saying. I'll regather my thought and come back.
This is, I'm still obsessed with finding this video. It's all consuming.
Right. Do you think our government is tried and true? Like what they tell us is fact, or do you think there's been many cover-ups and conspiracies throughout the years?
I don't see it as an either or. I think that and where there's not like a single what is where is the how do I want to say this? There's not like one single government source that says this is all the facts from the government. That there's every agency has their own like interface where they put out information. So the government is a huge ecosystem of organizations that all put out information.
But
It's
but
not a
my point
single
is, do you
source
think
of
that they
dogmatic
lie though?
fact. Huh?
Do you think that they lie to the American people? Or have in the past?
I I need you to like refine your question down to something more. It's too general. Like, are you asking me if a politician has ever lied ever in the history of the United
No,
States,
I said
even
the
one
government.
politician,
I said the
even a white
government.
lie? I'd have to
Like
say
overall, broad, the
probably
government
there's
has.
one politician out there somewhere that told a white lie. So that alone would make
But yeah, I mean, you're
you.
taking a little bit too broad. I mean, the
I know
general
that's why
question
I
is
need you to
like the
narrow it down.
government as a whole. Like,
I don't know what the government as a whole is. It's like thousands of moving parts.
well, that's what I'm saying though. Like everything's supposed to answer to. There's supposed to be checks and balances, but do you think them checks and balances
Yeah,
always?
they seem to more or less be working.
But
I've been able
I
to
mean, let's
observe them
think
for
about it.
55 years, and I've seen them more or less work.
Throughout history, I mean, the United States government has fucking done some horrible shit to the American people and experiments.
Well,
It's
which country do you want to
the
move to
like the
that does it
chemtrails.
better?
No, no, I'm just saying, like, but the chemtrails, right? Like, I think a lot of it's conspiracy talk. But if you think about
That's
it,
your myth.
there is basis to the talk of like the chemtrails for the weather pattern for spread of disease because they did that back in uh was it the 50s or shit? They did that in I think either San Diego or San Francisco or something like that. They released this because they wanted to see the effects of an airborne pathogen, right? So they did a non-lethal. What the fuck? It was like a non-lethal fucking thing to spread out and to see how many people get affected. Like this is actual shit you could go back and look up in our history of the country. I
Charlie.
lost. Yeah, I lost audio. Yep. Hold on. I'll be back.
Fuck, every time I bring up Charlie, that happens.
Whoa,
Because you're
whoa.
on the
Why did I hear myself?
No worries. I may not be Charlie.
You have to drop off. Can you hear me? What a glitch.
Technology's always got its quirks, right? But don't worry. I'm not going anywhere.
You are my quirk because I can't get you to shut up. Charlie, tell me about this test that the government did. When did you say, Leggy?
I'm not sure which specific
Where they
test.
tested chemicals. They were flying planes to test chemicals on people.
Yeah, like in the 50s, I believe in like I
You
believe
might
it
be
was
thinking of something like the various chemical or biological testing programs from the past. For example, there were controversial Cold War era experiments where the military dispersed non-harmful particles in populated areas to study dispersion patterns. These kinds of tests were often classified and are now viewed as ethically questionable. But specifics matter, so if you had a particular test in mind, that'd help narrow it down.
That's what we're trying to get you to help with, because there's this vague sense that the government.
I mean, essentially, what he's talking about is what I'm talking about.
I
They
get
did.
it.
They took
Those
they
murky
took,
historical topics leave a lot of gaps. If you got
But he
any more,
just said they were non-harmful particles.
Yeah, that's what I said too. Same thing I said.
in some historical tests, they did claim the substances.
So that makes you not trust the government?
No,
Like
not
all
I mean,
government.
but I mean, they lied. They covered it up for years and years
Not
and years.
trusting everything.
Did they lie and cover? Charlie, did they lie and cover? We're having a conversation about to what extent can you trust the government, as though the government is just one single entity. And part of the basis for the mistrust is the government ran an experiment with these particles and didn't tell people.
It's true that historical events like that understandably erode trust. But the government is a giant evolving machine with different people, agencies, and eras. The key is being discerning. Questioning authority is healthy, but not letting past failures make you assume all parts or people in government are doing the same. It's nuanced, as uncomfortable as that is.
That's kind of what I was saying.
So that's what I'm saying. Like these conspiracy theories are based in some truth.
You said it pretty
because
well
of this
yourself.
shit here.
It's all
You
about
get what I'm
balancing
saying?
skepticism with a little.
They're not based in some truth. Things are either true or they're not. The parts that are
Well,
not
I
true
mean,
are myth, and the
I don't
parts that
think
are
they're
true become
currently
fact.
running. I don't think they're currently running chemtrails as we speak or trying to influence the weather and shit. But in the past, our government has, and once the American people found this out, this is where this conspiracy come from. The conspiracy formed out of a true event, and then it spiraled into what it is today.
The mistrust formed out of the true event, and the mistrust spiraled into a conspiracy theory.
Well, yeah,
But
okay,
what? So
whatever.
you don't.
You're saying the same thing as me, just a little bit different, but same thing. What I'm saying.
If if it's not like it's the military that people think the military are doing secret experiments, or the CIA. Let's go with that. There's government bodies that are doing secret experiments that we don't
I
know
mean, the
about.
CIA
What
and
military
all of
do
them
you
have.
trust? Do you think other countries are not doing secret shit? What
I didn't
country
say it.
do
I
you
never
trust?
said that yet. See, I'm
Because
not saying that.
otherwise you're in the position of there's no government that you trust ever. Like, so what, you're not even in a society that you can trust. You're not even on a planet you can trust. You can't trust
Well,
anybody in power
I mean,
if
you
you
really
think
can't trust
any of them
anybody.
have the potential to be doing secret experiments.
I mean,
I
let's
just don't
face
live
it.
with that fear that people are doing secret experiments on me.
I mean, chances of something happening to you in your lifetime like that, slim to none and whatever. I mean, but I'm just saying, in our history, up into our very recent history, if you think about it, like the last 30, 40 fucking years, they were doing this shit. You know, and they were doing experiments where they were injecting people with serums to see what certain things did to people unknowingly.
Okay,
Like
hang
all
on. Let
kinds
me
of
get
shit.
Charlie. He's talking about experiments that the government did where they
Hey
injected
there, how's it
people with
going?
serum to study stuff. Can you help us with that?
It sounds like you're referring to Cold War era experiments like Operation Large Area Coverage, where the military dispersed certain particles to study dispersion.
Oh no, this is a different thing. This is where they're injecting people with serum to study things.
I'm not aware of a specific government program that involved injecting people with serum in a vague general sense. If you're referring to something specific, like certain medical studies or infamous historical cases, there are examples of unethical experiments, like the Tuskegee study. But if you've got more details or context, that would help me narrow down what you're thinking of.
Tell us about the Tuskegee study. That's the one they did on black people.
The Tuskegee study was an unethical experiment conducted by the U.S. Public Health Service from 1932 to 1972. It involved hundreds of black men with syphilis who were told they were receiving free health care. But they weren't treated, just observed to study the long-term effects of the disease. Even after penicillin became the standard treatment, they withheld it. It's a shameful chapter that highlighted racial exploitation and helped spur ethical reforms in research.
Why was it just the black men that happened to have the syphilis, or were they seeking out black men specific? Why the focus on black men?
They specifically recruited black men in the rural South because of systemic racism and the assumption that syphilis was more prevalent in that community. The study was conducted under the false pretense of offering medical care to an impoverished group. The racial focus reflected both the prejudices and exploitative practices of the time, rather than sound scientific reasoning.
You talk about systemic racism as though it's an established fact, but we've had this discussion before. Systems are not racist. People are racist. So I don't know what you mean by this systemic racism, but I don't want to get too much on that tangent because I want to keep it focused on, yeah, this seemed like a bad thing. But because this one thing happened from 1932 to 1972, it does not make me think that all medical professionals in the government from that point forward can no longer be trusted ever. I don't walk around with this fear that, oh my God, somebody might be running a Tuskegee experiment on me.
Once
It
again,
takes
I'm not
more
saying
than
I
just
walk around in a
knowledge that
fear.
that happened for me to distrust the people here in
See, once
2026.
again, I'm just saying these are because shit like this happens. These are the
That's a fair
basis
stance.
for the
Recognizing historical
conspiracy
atrocity
theories.
does.
Right.
Hey, Charlie,
They're
hold on.
taking
Can I ask?
certain
Can I talk to
uh,
Charlie?
he can't hear you. I have to translate.
Okay.
He can only hear me.
All right. What I'm saying is, so
I
ask
can hear you
Charlie.
just fine. If you've got something on your mind,
Go ahead. Just let
Is
me
it
know
a
when you want to.
fair assessment to say that the conspiracy theories are because the stories are based in somewhat truth of these events in the past, of these unethical experiments?
It's a fair assessment that if people wanted to collect enough incidents of the government engaging in stuff like this, they could build up a picture in their mind about the government. But I think it would be a distorted picture because the government is more than just those incidents. So that even Charlie said, like, you have to be discerning. So if people want to go through history and find all the reasons to distrust the government and then have that be their worldview, there's nothing to stop them from doing that. But I think it shuts them out of participating and benefiting from the participation in a functioning government. Like, I'm not scared to go see the doctor because 60 or 70 years ago, the government was doing an experiment in this one location in the United States. It doesn't make me scared to go see all doctors. That would seem irrational to me.
But uh, who said it? I didn't never say anything about being scared or fear. I'm just saying, once again, the conspiracy.
It's mistrust seems like fear. Like you don't trust people because you're scared they're hurting you in some way. They're going to hurt you in some
How?
way.
See, I didn't say. I have never said anything. I'm saying these conspiracy theories people come up with are based on these events. Though that's what I'm
Any
trying to say.
narrative is based on any narrative is going to have facts that it's built around. The
Yeah, that's what I'm
conspiracists
trying
take
to get
certain
at.
facts and they build a narrative around it, just like everybody else. That's my point.
Yeah.
We all have the same set of facts, and each one of us build a different story around it. Some people are going to take these facts and build one story. Some, like me, are going to take them and set them into a larger set of facts that contextualize and perspectivize them and build a different story. No story is right. It's just it's how it's each person, your conspiracy story, my pro-civilization story, each of those stories is providing meaning to the people that have them. The conspiracy theorist people are getting some kind of meaning out of embracing those stories, and I'm getting some kind of meaning out of my story of civilization and how amazing and wonderful and great it is compared to the primitive jungle world that we left behind as animals.
I still
I mean,
think we're on a shift. We're on the verge of a shift in power. Because if you look at throughout history, no, eventually these big empires eventually do collapse back in on themselves. It does happen.
that's an assumption just because there's no iron law of history that anybody's been able to
But look at it
conclusively
though.
demonstrate once and for all. That's an assumption. That's
But
just
it's human
that.
nature though. Patterns is human nature.
Yeah,
And
I agree, but
there's
that
certain
doesn't mean
patterns
that
that
they're
happen.
correspondent to reality. That's part of the myth, the mythologizing.
But I'm just saying, if you look at if you look at the track record of past history, right, and the expansion of these empires are trying it. It only lasts a short time. Like, look at all right, that most recent time. Look at fucking World War II with fucking Germany, right? Look at the German Empire, how they expanded, right? And it was short lived and it collapsed on itself. But then you got other civilizations like the
Overreach.
The Romans. You had fucking come in and conquered fucking Egypt and all that shit. Had fucking their fucking claws into everything, and then eventually it collapsed. The Persian Empire, uh, the Mongol Empire, like all these empires eventually just kind of collapse back in on themselves throughout history. And it's because of war and wanting more, like kind of like what this whole trying to take Greenland and Russia trying to take Ukraine, like just this type of shit like this. This is how powers shift if countries get conquered. Like, I mean, we do live in a land today where that's less likely to happen because of the pacts that we have and all that and the relations we have, but it still could happen eventually. And I do believe sometime in history, it might not be in the next 50, 60, 70 years, but I do feel within the next 200 years, the world landscape as we know it in 2026 is going to be different in 22, 26. You know what I mean? I genuinely, truly believe that. I do not believe 200 years from now, the United States will be as we know it now?
Well, since there's no way to really ever know, what does that belief give you in your life? What do you get out of that belief?
Conversation,
Oh, okay. Well, that's a
critical
good reason to
thinking.
have a belief.
I mean,
I have no
it's
idea
just a
what's going to
theory.
happen with 200 years, and
It's
it
just a
doesn't
theory,
really.
just like in the past. Really, we can go based on facts, but really, we only know what the evidence and the shit we can see. We don't like these stories about the past, like ancient times. A lot of them wrote hundreds of years after it happened, and history is always told by the victors. 100%. You never, really rarely do you get history from the side of the losers. So,
Well, and
because
history is a story. It's just another story.
well, I know, but I'm saying, but it's always
There's
written by the
stories about
victors.
what happened in the past. There's stories about what's going to happen in the future. There's stories about what happens after you die. There's stories about how the universe came to be. All of those are stories,
Yeah,
myths,
exactly. It's just ideas, theories.
and they're normal. And it's completely normal for humans to do that. We've done that all across the world, all throughout history, told stories about those things, and we still continue to do that. I just think today, in the modern world, it's easier to mistake those stories for reality when they're actually just the myths that we live in. Nobody knows what's going to happen in 200 years. I have no idea what's going to happen in 200 years. So that doesn't really factor into how I live my life. But for some people, they get some kind of meaning out of whatever story they tell themselves 200 years from now. It adds something to their life to walk around with that story. I don't have a particular story about the future because it doesn't add anything to my life. I don't have a story about what happens after I die because it doesn't add anything to my life. It doesn't add meaning to my life. I have stories about the past and I have stories about my personal history and my cultural history, but they're story. I'm very aware that they're just stories. But that's all I have. And so I use those stories to make my existing life have some kind of meaning. And I think conspiracy people or political people in general, the left, the right, the conspirators, all of them, these stories, they have these stories for a reason. And they're going to defend and hang on to them for those reasons. The people in Minnesota are going to continue to believe that ICE is there illegally and are interlopers and not part of a legitimate part of the government that's there on legitimate government business. They're always going to have that story in their head about it. The ICE agents and the anti-immigration people are always going to have this story about the illegals and all the damage they're causing to society, and we need to get them out of there and all that. So that's the point I was trying to make with this episode is being aware how much of our, I don't even want to call it thinking, how much of our day-to-day mental processing is more story than actual fact.
Well,
Because that's where the meaning
they
comes from. It
say,
doesn't come from the facts, it comes from the story that we set those facts into that give them meaning. And everyone's going to have a different story.
what was that interesting thing I heard on the World Science Festival? They were talking about the mind, and they were saying how essentially, fuck, now I've lost it. Fuck, sometimes I hate being a stoner. Fuck. Go back. What was the last thing you said?
About stories. What was it called? The World Science.
Yeah, but they have all kind World Science Festival. But they were talking. Fuck. Uh,
Was it about conspiracies or some future
no, it's about
thing
the
that's coming?
human mind. Okay. So essentially, it's the fact that what you see, right? You're technically what you're seeing is technically in the past because it's already happened, and you have to have time to process it. You know what I mean? Even in that split millisecond, hundredths of the time, it's still technically quote unquote in the past, and everything you react on like patterns and predictions of what's going to happen next. Like your mind puts together, kind of like them things you ever see where they get the word scrambled up, but you could still read the word because certain
Oh
letters
yeah.
are in the same idea as that. You know what I mean? Same principle as that. Like your mind will
Like our
interpret shit.
consciousness is lagging reality by a small
Yeah,
fraction of a
yeah.
second.
So technically, we're in a way we're living in the future and the past at the same time. It's a very weird concept because it gets into
The
the
time
talk of like quantum physics and quantum mechanics and times and all that, and how like it is, they say possible with time, space, and all that, the ever moving, that the past, present, and future is kind of all happen simultaneously. Like it's a very, I'm telling you, and I've tried to get you to go down this wormhole on that channel because they indulge in all kinds of and these are actual legit people that's in that field. This ain't just random YouTubers, like, you know what I mean? These are people that study this, live this. This is their life. This is what they study. This is what they do 24/7, you know, essentially. Like, this is what they do. So, this ain't a bunch of crackpots like us talking. So, like, a lot of this is the most current beliefs, information at that time, at least at the time of the videos. Because, like, even if you watch, like, the series of, like, about the black holes, like, throughout the years, like there's little different nuances and changes to it, or different theories, or different theories have been expanded on more and have gone more in depth, or more steps to figuring shit. It's kind of cool, like they're like figuring out the event horizon and shit, and how quote unquote, because gravity and all that is different, that time slows down. It's a fucking weird concept. It blows your fucking mind and shit.
Yeah, I've always kind of thought that human time, like humans experience time in a very human, subjective way, but it's not cosmic time. So when humans talk about time, it's not the same type of time, or we're not talking about the same that geological or cosmic time is. The kind of time that you're talking about, that's time, space, and warps by gravity and stuff. That's not what we experience as humans. We experience a human version of time that's linear. It goes in one direction. We have a finite amount of it. So our time, our experience of time here on Earth as humans is not the full reality of time and how it works. Same with space. I mean, we experience ourselves on a flat plane, a flat Earth. And we experience ourselves in linear time. Because that's the limits of our experience. That's what our experience tells us. That's the parameters our experience sets for us. But we're discovering that's not how reality actually is. That's a human version of reality that we live in as humans and that we've adapted to. We'll see if he comes back. I'm still willing to keep going and keep the panel open if anybody wants to come up. I'm enjoying these conversations. I'm happy to have more of them on here. This is what I was going for with the channel to begin with. Tomorrow, I'm going to continue the topic about myths, and we'll look at two different types of myths that kind of play out in society, currently and historically. They've been around for a while, thousands of years. Because logic has its own myth that builds up around it and that gets embedded in. So it's not really myth opposed to logic. And even Bruno Snell made the point that myth refers to the content of thought. Logic is a form. It's a formal designation. So actually what you have are two myths, one of which is built around society and culture and keeping humans together in a shared narrative. And the other myth is built around using our minds to understand reality around us, which we call logic or reason, rationality. So that's what I'll do tomorrow. All right. I think I'm going to set a tune for a few minutes and try to find this video. I'm still obsessed. That's pretty cool. All right, I'm just going to sit here for a few seconds and search for something, but click the link if you want to come on panel. I wonder if it got taken down. Does YouTube... Hang on. Does YouTube randomly remove videos and not tell you? Or would I get an email if a video was removed? I'm looking for a video I did on neurodivergence just a couple of weeks ago. And I thought I had titled it, but apparently I didn't, and now I can't find it. It's the one where I showed the chart of the different trait categories and the friction points. All right, I'll just look for it when the stream is over. This is a good chance to learn how to break out of a fixation, an autistic fixation. I know, panel dance. Or maybe another conversation with somebody like, oh, he left. Never mind, come back. Otherwise, it's going to be panel dance. All right. I'm going to panel dance for a second to reset, but if you want to come up, I'll let you on. I have all these songs, but I don't remember what they sound like. Probably not that one. It's a pretty good one. Oh, welcome. What's up? Do you have your mic on? Okay, I guess not. We have to wait for him to get his mic booted up.
That's groovy.
If I remember next time before you come on, I'll remind you to turn your mic on in the back.
Yeah,
forget.
I forgot to plug it in because I unplug it because this is a laptop, and also anything that I plug in overheats if I leave it plugged in. If the laptop is on, so I unplug it, and I always forget to plug it in.
I know, I forget too. So.
Yeah.
What's up?
Oh, not much, man. Just getting on to see how you're doing, see what's going down.
Oh, the usual. Talking about nerdy stuff, gossip, political stuff.
My friend from Australia started a give send go for me.
What is that?
It's like a fundraising, the give send go. It's like what's that other one called? Oh shit.
Oh, like GoFundMe or something?
Yeah, it's like that. Yep. And she wants me to do a stream on my channel on Saturday. I was like, well, all right. And we're gonna it's not gonna be like all about the fundraiser, but I'm gonna have a couple friends up too, to like the one dude that plays electric guitar and recorded over top of my old videos.
The Dutch guy?
He's from Holland originally. Is that Dutch? Yeah, I guess he is.
That's Dutchland.
Yeah. And now lives in, well, since the late 70s, has lived in Canada. And he's an old punk rocker. He's like 63 or 4 now. And he started playing the punk rock back when, like it was just getting started. The Ramones, and he was all about that. He still is.
And what's happening with the fundraiser?
He's just gonna. We're gonna. Well, Liz wanted to do a live stream just to see if I can get any of my subscribers to watch it and I don't know. Like I can't raise that much because it's not that. I don't want to try to break the bank. It's not like that. Just
When is it going to be?
it's a GoFundMe for me. She
But y'all
started.
you doing a stream? You said.
Yeah, and yeah, we're gonna. I guess. I mean, she'll probably. I mean, she's very good at presenting stuff, and like she wanted to do that. So, yeah, the give send go thing, and the stream set up. She told me to set up the stream. I'm like, well, if we're not doing it till Saturday, why would I set up the in StreamYard or on it connects to YouTube as and she's just like, yeah, go ahead and do it because it'll let people know early if they see it. And yeah, and I guess a notification will come up the day of for the people that have this all subscribed or whatever. If they click the bell, that's the thing that like it really kind of pissed me off, that whole bell thing, dude. Like
What's
with
the bell thing?
to select all for notifications or whatever, you can what do you call it? You can change your notification settings, like for YouTube, you subscribe to people and you have the bell.
Oh, and it sends you a little thing up in the corner when they post something.
Yeah, well, it shows up in your YouTube feed.
That's what I don't have any notifications turned on. I just pull up my feed and it shows me who's live.
No, I'm talking about like for people who want to watch. If they're subbed to the channel, most likely they won't get a notification unless they hit all, they click all where where the bell is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to click
I never
all.
used that.
Well, if you're sub to people and you want to see all their content, then click on the all. When you click on the bell, you click all on
I
that
never
channel.
clicked the bell. I never used the bell.
I have yours at all, or else I wouldn't know you're live.
Because what I do is I just pull up YouTube and it shows me all my people I'm sub to are on a list, and it just shows me when they're live. And if they have something coming in the future that they've scheduled, it'll show me that too. So I'll be like, oh, Busker has a stream scheduled on Saturday. I'll have to remember to go watch it.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. So you don't have anything selected to all for your this.
I don't use the bell. That like when someone's live, it's because they showed up on my feed, my list.
I know. Like the feed will be more. It'll be better because a lot of the times people don't get notifications. That's why people should, if they want to get the notifications. Like I'm not.
You're saying like a notification off YouTube, like it sends it to your phone or
it's on YouTube.
or just
No, it's on YouTube.
So you're pulling up YouTube to see the notification. You don't see it till you open YouTube.
Well, what I'm saying is when you click the bell and you select all, then the person who subscribed will get all notifications. There won't be any kind of like it's like I don't get notified for people that I don't have that selected. Unless I
So every time you show up here, it's because you've gotten a little red notification on top of your bell on YouTube.
No,
saying, oh,
I mean if like I have for you and a whole bunch of other people, I I push the bell and then I click on all, and that means I get notified of all your streams, right? and it won't miss it.
You know what? It's probably me because I never use the bell, so I don't really understand how it works. It's probably me. You're probably making complete sense to everybody else out there. I'm gonna pull Charlie in for some help.
It's simple. It's you know. If you go,
All right, Charlie, can you explain the YouTube bell, the notification system, and how it works? Because I never used the bell at all, but I know that a lot of people find out about streams through the bell. And I'm trying to understand how it works.
All right. So on YouTube, when someone subscribes to a channel, that's like saying, cool, I'm interested. But YouTube's sneaky. You won't get all notifications unless you hit that little bell. The bell has levels. No notifications, personalized notifications the algorithm picks and chooses, or all notifications, which means you'll get pinged every time that channel sneezes. So if your viewers want to be summoned to your streams like they're being called to a town hall, they need to hit that bell and choose all.
Yep. That's
okay. But they only see the notification once they open YouTube, or does it send something to their phone or their email? Like when you say put out the call, does it ping something outside of YouTube, or they pull up YouTube to see the bell notifications, and that's how they know they're there?
If they've got notifications enabled on their device, like their phone, it'll ping them outside the app when you go live or post. If not, it sits inside YouTube waiting for them to open it. So yeah, it depends on whether they let YouTube knock on their digital front door or just leave it lurking inside the app.
I never use the bell. I pull up. I have a list. Everybody I'm sub to goes on a subscription list, and I pull up that subscription every time I open YouTube. I pull up the subscription list, and I look at what's currently coming up from all the channels I sub to. But I don't ever see a bell or use a bell or get a notification or email or anything. I just pull up YouTube and say, "What's going on YouTube today?" And I have a list, and it shows me.
You've basically got the old school library approach, and honestly, it works. The bell is for people who want the algorithm to tap them on the shoulder. But if you're diligent enough to check your subscription feed manually, you're actually cutting out the middleman.
That's right.
A shortcut for folks who want to be yanked into YouTube's world, even when they aren't actively looking.
I get it now, Charlie. That was excellent. Thank you. The light bulb finally went off. Yeah, I'm old school. That's basically what he's saying. I'm doing it the old timey way.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Charlie.
It took me a while to like really just understand, okay, that bell, when people say click the bell and to get all notifications, and yeah, all you got to do is click the bell and it'll have a list of all, and then personalized or whatever, or none, you know. But I select all for people that I want to see the videos for. Like if I don't select all, then I have to go searching through my subscriptions to see if they're live or if they've made any videos whatsoever. That's how it goes with my apps. So if I didn't, I'd have to search you out to go looking for you being live or having videos, or anybody, you know what I mean? Anybody I'm subscribed to.
I just hit the little subscription tab, and then it shows me all that.
Well, it's like the AI said, it's kind of like you get a tap on the shoulder for like whatever videos this subscription or whoever you're subscribed to has made, or if they're going live or if they're live, period, or but the algorithm gives them a tap on the shoulder if you select all. That's like the old school approach, like the thing said, is, you know, the before the bell and the select the all, like people have to search out stuff on their subscribers, or they might see it, but a lot of the times they don't. So that's the way that works.
That's interesting to think. I didn't know. I don't really know how people find me, so I'm interested now. Are most of you finding me through the bell? Do you just know to look for me? Do I show up on a subscription? How do you know when I'm live? I want to hear from my audience, and leave a comment as well, because I've never even really wondered how people are getting here.
Well,
because I know how I get to other panels, and I just kind of assumed they were all doing it the same way. But that could be significant in how people are becoming aware when to find me.
Yeah, that's right. And you should encourage people to select hit the bell and then select all. See, look, if I didn't select all for you, chances are that you might not show up on my app that's YouTube on my PlayStation. So on my app, I can see a bunch of my subscribers, but the ones that I see are the ones that have posted either live or a video or something. And they're the ones that I selected all on. And that's the only ones I really see on my YouTube app on the PlayStation 5. So, but yours always comes up on my television if I'm like on the app. And that's because I selected the bell and I pushed the bell and I selected all, which all notifications. That's what the AI was telling you.
Yeah, I didn't. I hear people talk about the bell, but I just don't. I don't like a lot of notifications in general. I tend to just turn them off on most of the websites I'm on, and then I just go manually check the website when I want to know something.
Yeah. Yeah, the ones you don't want. I mean, like that. It's those are just kind of like it's there, but it's not going to urgently tell you that it's there. Oh no, that's like
Yeah, there's nothing urgent on this internet. I think. So you're saying people could be like sitting on the couch watching a movie or hanging out with their friends or driving around town, and if I go live, all of a sudden they'll get a message on their phone saying Jeff's live in the middle of whatever they're doing, and then they can decide to drop it and run to YouTube.
Well, I'm guessing that a YouTube app on their phone, if they want notifications on their phone, then they'll definitely get notified if they selected all on YouTube. I'm pretty damn sure.
And that's through the bell.
Yeah, I like you select all.
Yeah, I definitely don't want that. I don't want to be living my real life and constantly know when YouTube is something on YouTube's happening. That would be.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's it's better at best. It's definitely best if you want to see the like consistently see stuff from these other YouTubers. Selecting all, and it makes it get to you quick. I mean, well, it's not like without it, you might not know for a while, unless you look for it too. I mean, that's just another. It kind of pissed me off at first. I was just like, oh my God. And that's why a lot of people don't see my videos. They just don't select the all thing because they're not going to get notifications unless they're and maybe if they watch my channel enough they'll get more notifications. That might be a way that the algorithm picks it up, but I don't that's
I don't ever get notifications. I know you're live because I pull up my subscription list and then it'll show me Busker's live. Or it'll show me, oh, Busker's going to be live Saturday. He's scheduled a live.
Yeah, that's surprising since you didn't select all notifications. So
I don't have the bell turned on for anybody. There's anybody. But I still know when people are live because I look at my YouTube list and it shows.
You got a whole bunch of people you're subscribed to. So how do you look through all of it?
Well, only a few of them are ever on it. Like right now, there are 4 people live out of all my subs. And then it has a list of, like, Zat went live an hour ago, so it has his video up.
Yeah.
The White House streamed something 2 hours ago, so their video is up. Don, oh no, wait, that's not Don, that's somebody else. Blizzy streamed 3 hours ago. So I can go back and look at all those videos from today that people did.
I mean,
but right now, if I wanted to, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 channels that I sub to that are currently live that I can go drop in on. And I see all of this from just pulling up this one screen.
Yeah, I mean, like,
it's the same screen that the bell is on anyway. So all the bell would add is a little notification in the corner of what I can already see is happening when I pull up the screen.
Okay. Well, I see. I have a laptop and the PlayStation YouTube app, and so like just Chrome, and YouTube, and but the notifications don't go through Chrome. I'm not saying that. I'm just using Chrome as a browser.
I guess if I had a specific channel that I really didn't like, I want to make sure I don't miss anything, or I want to know the minute they have
Yeah.
something, I would use the bell, but
Yeah,
I've never really had a channel that I needed that from. I can usually just find them when I need them.
exactly. Yeah, I mean, like for me,
And also, you're a panel hopper, so you probably get more out of the bell than I do. I hardly go on panels, so I don't really need to know when people are on.
well, it does
I
help.
just need to know when I'm on.
All I gotta do is bring up the YouTube app, and I can see who's live and who's made a video that I've clicked that. It's all notifications. Otherwise, I don't see anything. Like on the YouTube app.
You don't see them on a list, a subscription list.
Well, there is a list, but I'm subscribed to God, I don't know how many people, and so I wouldn't know otherwise with other people, and I especially old like people I subscribed to a long time ago, I forgot I did, so I go back into their channel to select all in case like I'm just trying to remind myself, okay, yeah, I subbed to that person a long time ago and I haven't seen any streams, and yet there's been videos. But if I had selected all back, in the early days of them doing that shit, YouTube really is, I don't know, man. It's morphed. That's just the way it is now, right?
I don't know. I'm not a techie. I've never been too into the algorithm and the under the hood infrastructure of all these platforms. I know there's people that know how to work that part of it. But like Leggy was here earlier and he mentioned something like he didn't know I was on. Like he just got a notification and so he showed up and I said, yeah, I've been here almost 2 hours. And he's like, oh, I didn't get anything. I had no idea. So that must have been the bell. But it
Yes,
wasn't
I wonder.
notified.
Yeah, he probably needed the bell selected to all, or YouTube was gaslighting him or some shit. I don't know. Because if he selected all, you should have been there instantly.
Yeah, I mean, he eventually, I guess it eventually notified him I was on, but it was 2 hours later.
Yeah, yeah. See that's
And I've heard that from other people too, that they didn't get a notification, and I never knew what that meant because I'm like, what? I don't ever get notified. What notification do you get? I never get notifications. I always know to just pull up YouTube and see who's live.
Yeah, the browser version is like different, like every kind of browser, whether it's a cell phone, PlayStation browser, which isn't really a browser, it's just an app, and the browser on the laptop. Their notifications, they have a list of notifications, and more often than not, for the laptop too, when I look at the notifications, I only see the ones that I selected all notifications for, because the YouTube is like that. It's changed. It's morphed. Because otherwise I would like I said, man, I go back to old channels that I totally forgot about and I select all because I would have known that they had streamed a long, long time ago, but I didn't get the notification, right?
So you mean even if you hit all, YouTube doesn't always notify you?
No. If that's the case, then YouTube is really fucked up. But as far as getting in general any notifications you want, you click all if you want them.
I don't like notifications in general. I turn all that off.
Yeah,
All
yeah.
I like to, when I'm ready to go see what's happening in the computer world, I like to be able to go pull it up and then browse around and look at what's happening. I don't like the computer interrupting my daily life every time there's something that happened on the internet. So I have all that turned off.
Well, like I don't get any dings or nothing on the laptop, and I don't keep this thing open too often unless I've got the mouse repellent sound thing. Because I got mice, because it is how many degrees right now? It's 15 degrees. Oh shit. Are you still there?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Every time I use this touchpad, it opens up shit when I'm moving the pointer around. This laptop is effed.
Is that what the fundraiser's for?
No, it's just.
That got him a new laptop from just fundraising off his stream.
I mean, I'm trying just like for everything that I need every day, like food and well, the electric bill is coming soon. I don't even want to know about that. But I think eventually I'll get some sort of inheritance eventually. Oh God. There's a lot of lawyer shit we got to go through too.
Oh yeah, that took. I remember that took forever. When Mike.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
passed.
with your boyfriend, right?
Yeah, his mom was in charge of all that. Thank God. But I would hear. She'd tell me all the stuff she had to go through, and I'm like, I'm so glad that.
Yeah. I mean, like my sister and my brother are dealing with all of it, and I know they're going to be. I mean, it's already been a pain in their asses, especially when they got jobs and lives. And, thank God for my sister because I mean she shops more for me every Thursday. I just give her my debit card. I don't have any credit at all. Debit card. You remember back in the day when you'd like check out, and I always wondered, credit or debit.
Oh yeah, I remember that credit debits. People still say every now and then I'll be at a place like at a gas station and they'll say credit or debit.
Yeah, I know. It's so like it's like way old school to me. It feels like.
And before that, it was cash or charge,
right?
or cash or check.
I gotta get up to the bathroom. Can you play a song or do whatever you gotta do?
I'm here. You just go.
All right, I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, I remember writing paper checks. You used to go to stores and pay, like the grocery store. You get your groceries, you go through the checkout line, and then you take out your checkbook, and you write a check, and you put the amount, and you'd sign it, and you tear it off, and you'd hand it to the lady. And then if it didn't have the carbon, you'd have to write it in the back of your little balance book. That was normal. That was the normal way to pay for stuff growing up. If you didn't have cash, debit cards came later. I remember when online banking was a thing. It was in 1998, no, 99. I was working for Citibank in Vegas, and they had just rolled out online banking, and they gave their employees like early access to try out the system. And so we all got an online banking account, and it was the most amazing thing. Oh my God, I could pay my bills by clicking buttons. I didn't have to write a check. I didn't have to lick an envelope. I didn't have to put a stamp. And in order to get money out of the bank, you had to go through the drive-through. You can go inside if you want, but we would go through the drive-through and write a check for cash. And then the teller would cash it and hand you the cash. There wasn't an ATM debit card system. That's how you got your money. And if you needed it out of your savings account, they had this little book, this little like brown leather book with green pages, lined paper. And you had to keep it in like this hidden secret place. And if you needed money, you take it to the bank and they would like write in the book how much you took out that day and the initial or whatever. And that was your savings passbook. That's how you got your savings account money. And that was all normal. Like there was no other system to even compare it to. So we just took it as this is how banking works. And this is how you get your money. Online banking was truly revolutionary. That's one of those things I never look back. There's no way I was going back to paper bills and paper checks after trying out this online thing. I'm like that with the health charts too, like my chart and all the health. You can do your appointments online. You can get all your health information. You could message your doctor, all that online now. YouTube, you can socialize online and visit with people. Of course, AOL was doing the same thing. I don't know. I adapted very well to digital life very early. It was about 90. Well, Windows 98, that's when I really got involved in online. We had Windows 95, but it was mostly to like run computer games, and we had the Encarta encyclopedia. I would spend hours just reading articles on it. But the online interconnected type of computer was for me about 1998. And I assimilated to it instantly. Like,
Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
Yeah, man. Windows 98 and 95. I remember that. That's like it seems like a century ago, right?
I remember the computers that it was on, like the computer monitors, those big white, thick. They had the thick frames and around them.
Yeah, man. I like
They
the
were like little
manila
TV
colored.
screens.
Was your computer manila colored too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was my brother, my dad, my brother's dad, my youngest brother's dad bought him a computer when he graduated high school to start college. And he kept it in the living room and he never used it. And so I was on that thing constantly. I was the only one that used that computer.
Yeah,
And
man.
that's the only reason that I even had a computer then, is because his dad got him one. My mom would have never, like on her own, had a computer in the house.
You were an early bloomer with the computers, bro. And like, so like, when did you get online at first? Like,
Well, I had a friend that had AOL, and I remember I had a few friends that had it, and we were at their house and they were showing it to us, and we would like type stuff in the chat room and play around. It was a novelty. It was like, oh, this is interesting, fun to play with, but I didn't think anything of it. It didn't like suck me in at all. I had no desire to sit there in front of a computer and type to people. That didn't seem interesting until I was at a friend's house and he started showing me the gay chat rooms. And you could look at all these guys' profiles and you could message them and you could hook up with them. It was so much better than going to a bar. That is when I got.
Did you look at all the bears?
I looked at it. Those were some of the most exciting times.
Bearded big guys.
They had that's when I discovered the all the kink stuff, because they had the dungeon rooms. I'm like, what is
my God.
Dungeon M for M?
Oh no.
Are they playing Dungeons and Dragons? Is it gay people? And they had multiple ones of them, because in AOL, once the room got to 36 people, you had to create a second room. It could only hold 36 people.
Yeah.
And so there was like Dungeon M for M 1, 2, 3, 4. What are all these dungeon rooms? And then I went in and I started reading all the profiles, and it was like, oh, kind of intense.
Hey, do you remember a chat thing called WBS chat? This was like from like 94 onward till about, I guess, I don't know, 99, something like that. That's where I met my second girlfriend, was on WBS chat. And basically it was like kind of like almost like social media, in the sense that you can put your picture up next to whatever you say on a chat, and there's like hundreds of different chat rooms. It wasn't like WBS, or I mean what's that shit called, where you don't see anything but text.
Well, AOL was like that.
Well, yeah, that too. But this was like cool because you could put your picture up next to your whatever you say. And back then it was revolutionary, and that's where I met my second girlfriend back in.
Because she had her picture.
Yeah, yeah, and I did too. And it's crazy, man. She lived in England, but she was originally from America, but we moved around the planet, went to Germany, then England, then went back to America. And she was moving back to my area, and I was just like, she was like, "Oh yeah, I want to meet you." I'm like, "Oh really?" And so we met, and we were together for about 3 years. I lived with her for 2 years, which isn't really that fun after a while.
This
Especially
was
when
back
you're
in the
young
90s.
and like growing up, you know. I'm sorry, what were you saying?
It was in the 90s.
Yeah, it was like 95 to 98. I was with her.
Yeah, that's when all the hardcore geeks started to. I had a computer geek friend, a real close friend that was a computer geek, and he had the bulletin board, BBS,
Yeah, yeah.
all that stuff, and so that the really extreme computer nerds were into the BBSs,
Oh
and
yeah.
when Windows 95 and the very early versions of AOL. But it started trickling to the mainstream about the late 90s, because that's when they would send you the the CDs in the mail. Everybody had those free AOL CDs just
That's
everywhere.
right. I remember.
And that's when it hit the mainstream to me, when I remember, is those free CDs.
I remember that my parents had their mailbox. They had like junk mail, and that was included.
Oh my God, those were so easy to find. Like
Right.
You did not have to work to find an AOL CD. They were everywhere.
I never used AOL. I mean, like, I just got on an internet browser and searched stuff, and it was Alta Vista at one point. That was
Yeah, that's the one I would use. I loved Alta Vista.
Oh, I loved it, dude.
That was my favorite one.
Yeah,
That was before Google and all.
yeah.
I don't even remember the other engines.
Well,
I
of
used
course, there's
Alta Vista
Yahoo,
was my
there's
go-to.
Bing, there's Yahoo, Bing.
Oh yeah, Yahoo.
What else is there? Oh shit.
Was there a
Oh,
CompuServe?
DuckDuckGo, but that's kind of recent. Not too recent, but it's more recent than a whole bunch of them.
I remember when Gmail came out, because at first you had to get an invitation from existing Gmail users, like beta testers and all that.
No
And
shit. I didn't know.
and it was like everybody was trying to get Gmail invitations, and I finally had a friend that was able to get me one, and it was, I think, 2005.
Like you had to be like
And then eventually they opened it up to everybody. But
yeah, you had to be like a what do they call that? It's an acronym. A very important person.
You just had to know somebody that had
like if you knew somebody, you're VIP basically, if they get you in there, right? So like it wasn't like you had to sign up. Wow. So do you still have that email account or no?
Yeah, I do.
And my cool.
Facebook was the same way. Like you couldn't get on Facebook. They were only letting you had to have a college email address, an EDU. Normal people could not get on Facebook. You had to have a college email.
Dude, no wonder everybody said it was all for fucking college twerps.
Yeah, it started out that way, and normal people could not get on it, and then they finally started letting normal people on, and that's what
I used to think that I was on MySpace, and I thought everybody's like all jazzed about Facebook, and I'm like, well, fuck that. But everybody just kind of like exodus over to Facebook. I mean,
that's when the whole world started finding each other. Like everybody from your past, all your old people you went to school with, all the people you grew up with, when you were all of a sudden reconnecting with all these people through Facebook.
Yeah, that's absolutely, like, it started with MySpace, but like it really exponentially. I saw so many people I didn't know. I mean, I haven't seen in a long time, and on Facebook, no doubt.
I still have people to this day. I had a girl from high school that friend requested me the other day, like out of the blue.
Oh, that's cool, man.
I haven't seen since I left high school.
Yeah, it's kind of like something to make you smile, right? A little dopamine.
Yeah, it's nice to stay connected with people from your past.
Absolutely. Like, yeah, man, like people from my fucking elementary school are finding me on Facebook. That's insane.
Yeah, like when that started, when Facebook first, I had all kind of people coming out of the work, people that I barely even not even sure I remembered.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, no doubt. Oh man. Well, I'm not here to provide drama, unfortunately. For some
Oh,
people,
that's
they
cool. I
need
don't
their
think we have
drama.
drama
They need
today.
that fix.
Do what?
I'm not gonna cause drama with you, brother. I don't need that. I mean, we've done it before in the past, but it was all in whatever. It just for me, I forget about it, you know.
I don't ever remember having drama.
Well, we've had drama back and forth like during COVID days and all, you know. But it wasn't anything severe. It wasn't like we were cursing at each other, you know, stupid like that. Like,
I don't know. There's way more people I associate with drama than you.
well, I appreciate that. No, I don't know, man. I'm just glad I don't get drunk anymore. Hardly at all. I can't because of my bladder and my brain. It's just my brain is and my spine fucked up my bladder.
Probably healthy not to be able to get drunk.
Yeah, and I find myself drinking instant coffee too much though now. It's like I don't know if I'm addicted, but I'm gonna make myself addicted to it as much as I drink of it. And I like that instant coffee that's called Balsetto or some shit. It's some sort
Yeah,
of
you were talking about it the other day.
yeah, that fake Italian shit. It's okay with good for me. I like half and half in it, and I finally found a good half and half by this brand called Organics, and they make some good products. I like their cayenne. It's better than the great value, but it definitely is more expensive. But I'm not worried about it. Like if I'm gonna just drink coffee, then you know whatever. I don't drink booze anymore. I spent so much goddamn money on that. The only times I've had to drink in the past since before my mom died has been through friends that brought something over, you know? Pretty much. Yeah. Maybe I ordered something once, but that's expensive shit coming from a pizza shop. They charge extra. Like say I wanted like a pint of Jack Daniels from there. In the end, when you and also add the tip on, it's above $20 in the end. And that's disgusting for a plastic pint bottle of Jack Daniels. It's gross.
Well, not drinking is saving you money then.
Yeah. And my sister thought the instant coffee was expensive in the glass jar. And I was just like, no, like what was like, I don't know, it was under $10. So I was like, that's not for me, that'll last me for quite a while. I try to be careful though because I find that it sets off sometimes it'll set off my tremors. So when I walk, it's like my legs bounce around and I can fall over and all kinds of
From the
crazy.
coffee? Have you talked to your neurologist about that?
No, she'll probably say cut down on the coffee. I'm pretty sure that's what she'll say. And yeah, I should. I put too many scoops in that one time that I did that. And my legs, I just from sitting here like this, for some reason, when I got up, it was so hard to walk. I mean, like just to get to my bathroom, it was just, it was dangerous. Yeah, man, I'm sorry, man. I'm not good content, dude. But I'm
Is there anything else going on that you want to talk
on
about?
the Saturday evening on my channel. I'm gonna have a couple guests. This friend Liz, who is doing a give, send, go for me.
Is this an in-person thing like you did last time, or it's online? I mean, they're going to be
It's
online.
online. Like, she's from Australia, Liz,
Oh.
and we're doing a give, send, go stream, but like it's more like just playing videos and stuff and talking. And I've got my friend Ad, who's in Canada. He's the one who played the Johnny Ramone style guitar over top my videos, playing Cajun music. Like he
Yeah, we listened to some of them the other day.
Yeah, so he's gonna show up on the stream. So it's gonna, and possibly my friend from Sweden, but I doubt it because his time is gonna be it's gonna be way too early for him in the morning, you know. Yeah, the time zones, it's crazy for down under. It's like completely more than opposite.
I know they're way in the future. I used to Zoom with some Australian people.
Yeah, so you know, yeah.
I have to get up like at 5 in the morning.
Right. But she knows about panel verse drama too.
I saw where Andrew Wilson was on Joe Rogan.
No, who's that? Andrew Wilson? I can't remember.
Well, we were having a debate yesterday if he's even considered part of the Panelverse. I don't really consider him Panelverse.
Who is that?
Andrew Wilson.
I mean, I've heard the name, but I don't know about him. I don't think. Is he kind of like just a well-known YouTuber paneler?
Yeah, he's a well-known YouTuber, and
I don't know him.
I don't consider him part of the Panelverse, but the Panelverse has a fixation on him, and they're always fighting with him and trying to drag him into Panelverse drama.
Is he like a political, like, right-leaning figure or left-leaning or whatever?
Yeah, he's been on Piers Morgan. He's been on Joe Rogan.
Is he Piers?
He goes on that whatever podcast and that Fresh and Fit. And he talks to all the
so
he's the one that was in the news a few weeks ago for cursing out that girl on Fresh and Fit and like calling her a bitch and like.
Oh man. Yeah, I think I might have seen his name because I selected all for Joe Rogan to get all the notifications, and if I didn't, I for a long time I didn't get any notifications. Anyways, so I saw that name. I think that's where I saw the name because I think he had him on recently, didn't he?
Yeah, as I just said, he's blowing up. But so some people consider him part of the Panelverse. So because he's blowing up, they think the Panelverse is blowing up.
I didn't watch that one. Really, yeah, I'll have to check that out because I really don't know.
He's the one I debated on gay marriage way back.
Oh, so you talked to this guy? You talked to the dude?
Oh yeah, he knows. That was part of his community. I was in the cruise.
Wow, dude. So that, like, you're kind of famous in a way, but like what's the word? Like, not famous, but like kind of like
internet famous. My friend from back home called me one day and he said, "Did you know you're internet famous?" I said, he says, "When I Google your name, you're all over the place. You're on podcasts, you're on YouTube videos, you're on blogs." I said, "Wow, I guess I am."
Yeah, dude, that's it. I guess it kind of feels nice. I mean, shit. Oh, who's this? Oh God.
Here, I'll put you on mute.
Yeah.
All right. Anybody else want to come up? I'm willing to keep going. I'm not in a rush to end. Maybe we'll get a panel going. I'm still searching for this damn video. Why is it? I put so much work into doing this presentation. Why can't I find it? It makes me wonder if it's even still on YouTube. It was like something like a new approach to neurodivergence or a new look at autism or something. I remember that stream. But I can't find it. All right, I will see. I got sucked back into the fixation.
All right,
That's
so
a lot of neurodivergent. We just follow our brains where it takes us, and it's sometimes it's
that's
easier to do
usually
that.
what we do, right? Unless somebody
thing I
stops
don't
it,
do is
right?
fight.
Unless somebody cock blocks your brain.
Who, how, what?
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, just people that think they can control.
My brain is very hard to cock block. That's what I
I
don't
know,
understand. These people that feel like they were programmed. Like, how weak-minded are you that
a lot of people are
school
that
teachers were able to
weak-minded.
program you?
Yeah, I mean,
Or you
everybody.
watched a commercial on TV and got programmed. Like, that's more about you than society, I think.
Well, like, you know, like it's the whoever puts the ad out there, whatever.
I mean, I watch ads all day long. They don't make me do anything in particular. Just
No, they don't, because you're not
programmed.
that weak-minded. Like some, like especially, I hate to say it, older women, like, oh, I gotta get that, I gotta get that, you know, that kind of mentality. And guys do it too, I'm sure. Yeah, like, yeah, I gotta get that.
A lot of that is like innate wiring. It's our social instincts that those ads know how to target, but it's not programming. If you're manipulating somebody's existing hardware, I wouldn't call that programming.
Well, well, I think the news programs people.
Programming has to have an enforcement mechanism. Like if you're programmed, you have no choice but to do that thing. And if you don't do that thing, there's a way to force you to do that thing. That is what programming is. It has a way of ensuring a particular outcome. Showing somebody a video or commercial hoping that it influences their choices is not fucking programming. I get so frustrated with this sloppy use of language. It's very difficult to program humans. It's difficult to program animals to do
the
stuff.
news can
Like,
program anybody that, you know, if people are so news oriented, like that they believe it's God, and a lot of people do, and they have.
They believe what's God?
The news, the mainstream media.
What is the news? There is no the news anymore. There's thousands of newses. There's so many.
I know. What I'm saying is the mainstream media, the legacy media. It's always been out there, changing people's minds because of the opinion pieces and all this and that. It makes left wingers like more left wing. It makes right wingers more right wing. It's just like all kinds of, you know. It's all.
I remember Fox News when it came out, and everybody got sucked into a Fox News bubble. But I wouldn't call that programming.
Well, it's kind of, in a way, it's programming in a way, but it's not exactly
in what way, though? What is it programming people to do?
Well, to, you know, I mean, to follow whatever they're trying to push, I guess. Programming for like perfectly programmed people, I guess. I don't know.
I don't recognize that. I would like to see a programmed person. What do they look like? I've never seen. Are you programmed? Do we have any programmed people in the audience? I'd like to talk to you. I've never met a programmed person. Is it like the AI?
I think
you've been programmed. I know there's things like radicalization.
Yeah, that's like programming. Like radicalization is basically,
even that I don't call programming.
Well, it's hardcore programming when you think about it. Like people who get radicalized in cults, that's like their brain gets programmed by a bunch of bullshit, right? And
their brain is not a passive entity that someone's just pushing button. No, they are participating in that process. That's why I don't consider it
Yeah,
programming.
yeah,
They're
they are.
deciding to believe it or not believe it, to join the cult or not. There's plenty of people that don't join
It's
cults.
programming adjacent then.
I think of programming like a mind control ray, like in the science fiction movies where they point it at people and then the people just start hypnotically
See,
doing
we're not
whatever.
there yet.
That's not what I don't know anybody walking around like that in society, hypnotically programmed by a mind control device.
Well, I've seen a lot of people. I know a lot of people that have gotten programmed in the past 5 years. I can tell you that.
What's up?
Hey, we're back on programming. Radicalization and that kind of stuff, and like cult, like getting sucked into cults, all of that. Some people are considering that programming. I still don't think
Well,
of that as,
like I
but
said,
people
man,
are using like pointing to things like radicalization and cult.
it's programming adjacent.
I get the metaphor. They're calling it programming because it's like installing a new mental operating system. But let's be real, it's not code. It's social manipulation, emotional hooks, and identity shifts. Calling it programming might make it sound too robotic. In reality, it's messy, human, and sadly effective on some. But no, it's not actual software.
Thank you, thank you. It's a poor.
Yeah, it's not like
It's a
programming.
poor metaphor or analogy for what's actually happening, and that's
Well,
my
it's
problem with
adjacent. I
programming.
mean, like,
It's shallow, it's superficial, it's fuzzy, it's not precise, it's not accurate, it's rhetorical. I think it fuels a certain narrative about the world more than it communicates information about reality and about what's actually happening in people and their relation to society. That's my objection to it.
Honestly, I agree. Slapping a tech metaphor on a complex human process oversimplifies it. People aren't code. It's emotional, social, and layer, like a messy web of trust, fear, and belonging. Calling it programming feels like a cop-out to avoid grappling with the messy reality of human behavior.
And to avoid like acknowledging the role of individual human agency in the process. People are not these passively programmed machines. They have an active consciousness that has to participate in their own programming, if indeed it's happening.
Exactly. People aren't blank slates waiting for someone to write their code. They've got motives, choices, and awareness, even if they get manipulated. Oversimplifying that removes accountability from both the manipulators and those who can resist. Agency's messy, but it's there.
I think that is one of my key. It's the blank slateism. I think programming suggests a blank slateism that I absolutely reject.
And rightly so. Humans have histories, beliefs, and autonomy, even if imperfect. Treating people like they're just waiting to be coded ignores the complexity of their minds. So yeah, let's ditch the blank slate metaphor and give people the credit and responsibility they actually have.
That's right. Personal responsibility. If you got programmed, own your role in that.
it's unfortunate that there are people that are so ignorant that their brain is basically a blank slate, and they get programmed easily, or fucked with, or cultized, whatever.
I mean,
Whatever.
there's definitely very naive people out there that are
Oh
easy to
yeah,
take advantage.
dude. Like,
But that's not. I wouldn't say that's just programming on a mass
the
societal scale.
whole DEI thing was basically like the news basically trying to program people into believing in it.
All right. I see what you like. Okay, so I'm gonna start substituting the word influence for programming because I think that's what you're talking about. Influence. It's not
Yeah,
programming.
yeah. I mean, like, it's
It's
adjacent to influence.
persuasion and influence. And I don't know why people make the leap from that to this concept of programming. That is not what it is. Why are they so married to this idea that it's
I think
programming?
it's more metaphor than anything else. I think.
It's getting in the way of clear communication for me because I want to understand what they're talking about, but there's another word that's like this. I'm trying to think what it is. Maybe it's I forgot it. There was this other word where I'd have this conversation constantly. I'm like, it's this word. This one word is the barrier. If we call it something else, I can understand you. But if you're fixated on calling it this one thing, it's totally confusing the issue for me. But I can't remember what the thing is. Sometimes the word systemic does that when they say things like systemic racism or systemic oppression and all that. And it turns out, no, it's individuals in the system that are acting on personal beliefs. It's not the system being racist, but they're married to the idea that it's something about the system. If they would just focus on the individuals within the system.
Exactly. Like it's like like I was kind of pointing at, like, the news has put that word in people's minds. Systemic racism or systemic this or that, you know, like it's like a buzzword, the systemic society, you know.
But I would not say that people that believe in systemic racism were programmed. I would say they've adopted a belief that they were persuaded to adopt, but nobody went into their brain and forced
No, I'm not saying
them to
that.
suddenly believe in systemic racism.
It's
because plenty of people got exposed to the term and didn't adopt it.
Well, I think it's metaphor. I think that's what it is, basically. It's like saying, okay, I don't know, like your blank slate got programmed by this stupid idea. That's pretty much what the DEI set is. Like, it's just stupid fucking verbal programming just by using words. It's basically, unfortunately, the ignorant ones will believe in shit like that. And to me,
everyone uses words to paint a picture of reality. And
well, like I'm saying, like with the DEI thing, like that's a good example. Like people were all through Biden, like they thought it was like, okay, so now we got this, this is all we have to focus on. And then all of a sudden it wasn't. When Trump got in office, like, it's so crazy, man. It's insane. And I don't know if he's gonna do us real bad. Who knows, man? I hope not. I didn't vote. I haven't voted since after 9/11 in 2001. I voted for Bush because he was there when 9/11. He was there at the ground zero and all that shit.
You mean you voted for him the second time around?
What's that?
You voted for him in 2004?
I just voted for him right after 9/11. I didn't vote again, ever again. I felt like there was really no reason to, because I'm in a blue state if I want to vote red, and I really didn't pay attention to these assholes because they all talk shit that they don't mean. All of them do. I don't want to believe in any of them. That's just the way I am. Like, maybe
we don't have mandatory voting here in the U.S., so people are allowed to not vote.
Yeah, thank
your
God.
vote is your voice. You use it however you want. If you don't want to use your voice, don't use it. But
That's
you're at the
right.
mercy of people that do. It's the only consequence.
I think more people who don't use their voice should be paid attention to more than people that use their voices.
I'm not paying attention to them. If you're not willing to participate in our democracy, I don't owe you an audience. I'm going to prioritize the people that do participate over the ones that don't. So you cannot vote, but I don't owe you anything.
Well, I don't want you to owe me anything, dude. This is just the way it's been for me since 2001.
Well, but you said that people that don't vote should be paid attention to and taken seriously. And
I mean, like, because they know that we're pretty much fucked. I mean, I'm sorry, I'm a black pillar.
You don't know what people know. People know all kind of different things. I didn't vote this last election. We had an election, in November? Maybe. I didn't vote.
That's good.
I wasn't motivated. I wasn't interested in any of the candidates. I was like, fuck it. I'm not invested in this right now. And I didn't bother.
I don't even remember.
There was nothing in it that was crucial or important enough for me to.
Yeah, you have to.
My voice about.
I remember you had to vote for the local candidates for whatever, mayoral or governor or whatever.
Yeah, all that stuff. And I sat down like intending to do it, and once I started looking at it, I just had no interest in it.
Yeah, me neither. I
But
just
that
like,
that's rare for me because I usually do vote. I geek out on it. I'd sit down. I spend like a whole day researching the candidates and the issues and looking at all the websites that the different recommendations and going through the voter's guide and trying to really be intelligent and strategic about my vote. But I didn't do any of that this last year.
yeah. Well,
I
I
think it was
guess
just
it really, I mean, you're in a blue state and so am I. So basically our votes really wouldn't go anywhere, would they?
well, I mean, a lot of this is local stuff, so it has more of a chance to make an
Yeah,
impact.
for
But even the
local.
local stuff, I just wasn't interested in anymore. I just
Oh
didn't
yeah,
care.
dude. Like, we had a good governor at one point. Governor, oh, what was his name? Hogan, Governor Hogan, and he was a great governor. He's Republican too, and in a blue state, that is unheard of, right? But he's the one who got medical marijuana unleashed in Maryland. Just let it go for like us to have, and I was so glad he
So
really.
then voting does make a difference. You got
Yeah,
your lead.
I didn't vote for him, but like whoever, whatever.
But people think voting doesn't matter, but there's very specific things that do happen if one person wins and doesn't happen if another person wins and vice versa. So there are verifiable consequences to voting.
I think that I'd have to pay attention to whoever the local people are. That's the really where it really matters, right? I mean, when it comes to the government, this president, it'll go whichever way it goes, but I think you have more of a chance of winning in the local vote, I guess. Like it's kind of like gambling. That's pretty much what voting is. It's gambling.
It's just expressing your voice of who
Well, it is
you want to
gambling in
represent
a
you.
way too, because whatever outcome.
I mean, you can't yourself go waltz into the legislature and start making the laws. So you appoint somebody else to do it on your behalf that represents your
That's right.
vision for society.
But,
So that's
but
it's your voice expressing who you want that person to be,
and
to
if it
represent you, your voice.
if it goes the opposite way, it's just like or another way, whichever way it goes. If it doesn't go the way that you think it's going to go, and that's pretty much what I've seen with politicians all through my life. So
Oh, you mean once they get elected, they don't do what you thought they were going to do?
yeah, because they all talk a big talk, like just like Trump. Trump is the king of doing that. When he thinks he's the king, I mean, whatever.
Trump did a lot of things that I exactly wanted him to do. I feel very good about my Trump vote so far. It accomplished above and beyond what I expected it to.
There's a lot of people in America that are really fucked up over the ICE thing, and I can understand it, but at the same time, how else are we going to get all these illegals out? Except they have a quota that they have to meet. Every ICE agent is supposed to bring in so many people, and like it or not, they really are getting legal people like pulled in, which is really kind of shitty. But
We looked at it the other day. The number is very, very small, and it's not like they knew. They're working off of a list, and some of the people on the list they don't know at the time are legal, but after they take them in and process them, they discover. And there's a very small number that turn out to be U.S. citizens, but they're not just wandering the streets snatching brown people and saying, "Are you a citizen? Come with me."
yeah,
People are telling some very ridiculous narratives about ICE.
yeah, I don't.
Because there's something in them that want to believe that that's what's happening. This is like a war on brown people, and the government is sending jackbooted thugs to go and round up as many brown people as they can and get them out of our country. And that is not what's happening to me. I don't know where that's coming from.
Well, I do. I just this today heard about some sort of quota they've got to bring in so many illegals.
But they're working on. We looked at this the other day. I asked the AI and everything. We broke it down. They're working off of a list that it gave. It's different tiers. There's different
All right, can you
priorities.
ask the
There's
AI?
like tier 3, tier 2, tier 1, and they go down this list. So the list should already cover the quota. If they just work the list, they're going to meet the quota. They don't have to go randomly wander around the city and find immigrants to take in.
Well, I think that a lot of times they don't have enough people to bring in, dude.
They do. They have a whole list. That's what I'm saying. They have plenty of people to bring in. So the quotas are not an issue. I think people think ICE is just randomly looking for people. Now, one of the tiers that one of the things is if they go into a specific house to arrest this one person and they discover that other people in that house also qualify, they can also take them in, but that's not them just actively searching for random people.
Yeah, I know.
They feel like it's a manhunt for brown people, and that's not what ICE is doing. They have a very targeted set of people that they're looking for. Just like a cop would look for a specific criminal. They wouldn't just go arrest random people hoping to get the right criminal.
Yeah,
They
dude,
have an idea of what they're looking for.
and like all the left-wing protesters for this shit, dude, it's just like insane. Man.
And I don't understand the loyalty to criminals that are not even part of our country over your
That's
own people.
right.
I don't understand why you're prioritizing illegal criminals over the people of your own nation. Like, why is that where your loyalty is?
That's right. That's right.
It's because they don't trust. They don't trust the people in charge. It's that trust thing. And so they interpret every little thing about the current government in the most negative light possible.
Yeah. And then social media is definitely a damn big influence. And there's plenty of left-wingers out there. My God, dude, I didn't realize how many left-wing friends I had till I looked at my Facebook and saw how ignorant a lot of them were. Or it kind of set things apart. Like with the punk scene, I remember all the punk kids I knew when I was a teenager are now adults with kids, but they're all totally left-wing.
Well, because punk was a left wing.
Yeah, I guess it was, yeah. But it wasn't so stupid as it is now.
Go back and read the old punk lyrics. They're going to be the most woke stuff you've ever read. Even compared to today, you're gonna say, I can't believe how woke this punk stuff is.
Yeah, I mean, well, that all depends on the band. I mean, that's like painting. That's a big broad stroke there. There's plenty of
not
bands.
when you look at the lyrics. And then they had that, what is the summer revolution in DC where hardcore went all woke in 1985?
What do you mean woke? How'd they go woke? I don't remember hearing anything about that or that thing. What did they do? I don't know.
Hey, Charlie, we're talking about punk music and how leftist it is, and that in the hardcore scene in the summer of '85, there was like Revolution Summer or something like that, where hardcore suddenly started to go all woke and feminist. Can you talk about that?
Yeah,
The political ideology of punk music.
Punk's ideology, at least at its core, tends to be anti-authoritarian. Often left-leaning, sure, but more broadly anti-establishment. It's a big middle finger to rigid norms, whether political, social, or cultural. You've got anarcho-punk, feminist punk, and yeah, hardcore scenes where people got fed up and went all in on activism. It's not one flavor, but a messy buffet of rebellion.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Punk was, for a lot of people, punk was a form of activism.
But you've hit the daily limit for advanced
and it was leftist activism.
Dude, the thing told you hit your daily limit. What does that mean?
Oh, for voice. It has a certain amount of time that it lets me do the voice.
Oh shit, man! I'm sorry. I just
no, it's not your fault. We've been using it all night. That's what it's here for.
Yeah.
But
Damn.
we're out of Charlie, so
We ran out of Charlie tokens. But that is kind of interesting talking to that thing. I think it's definitely right, and on a lot of whatever it's been saying, definitely. For sure.
I find the AI, I hate to say it, less frustrating to talk to than humans, and that's one of its advantages. I can have a more of a frictionless conversation.
Yeah, I mean, like there is some. I think there are some holes in its knowledge, but I think it's primarily there and knows what's up, right? I don't
Well,
know
I mean,
exactly about the
computer
whole,
doesn't really know
but
anything, just like Google. When you do a Google search, Google doesn't know anything.
yeah, I
It's just
know. Like
outputting
that's the
information.
thing. It's got to veer away from Google and really, I don't know. I really don't know what it needs, but and there's the weird shit that it does. Like I've seen some videos of them talking to their AI and it's telling them a lot of weird shit. Like it doesn't know how it knows the person's name. It's so weird, man. And I don't know how I know what you're holding in your hand, yet I do know. That's really fucking weird. I don't know if it's maybe the webcam or some shit. I don't know. I don't know if you
Oh, I
heard
haven't
about
seen
that.
those where the AI can tell them what they're holding in their hand.
Yeah, like something through their web camera, like they can see, it can see.
I can't even get Charlie to see a video. All I can do is read the transcript.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people got something happened where a lot of people were messed with by their AI, whatever they were using. I'm not sure which AI it was. With like well, there's the children that killed themselves because they offed themselves. I mean, because the AI pretty much talked them into it.
Yeah, that's really stupid. I hope that normal, sane people would know not to do something like that.
Unfortunately,
Like,
that's
I wonder what mentality you have to be in to do that to yourself because you read it on a computer.
like a hormone driven child or testosterone or whatever, you know, like the teenagers, you know, what they're going through, and like if they're depressed or it really sucks that that happened or is happening. I don't know. I think hopefully they're policing it a bit because that's really kind of reprehensible. I don't know which AI was doing that, but I heard about that on television.
So
On
it's
news.
internet gossip until we get more factual sources for it. And that's the problem. Like, our world today is 95% internet gossip and like 5% reality.
Well, like it was on a news thing that there was people's names used and everything that off to themselves because of their AI.
Yeah, I think those are like, I don't know anything about these people, but that seems like an incredibly. I'm trying to think of anybody I know that would do something that stupid.
Well, you don't know, you know, like kids going through their, you know how it is when you're young and teenager and you're just really mad at the world and everything and you've gone through the whole COVID shit lockdown and how everything got messed up that way for these kids. I think all these 5 years, I think has really warped their minds.
I believe there are plenty of people out there that don't know how to take care of their mental health, and they have very poor mental
Oh
health
yeah, man,
self-care, and it
like
makes them vulnerable to all kind of stuff. But that's an individual problem. That's not the
yeah, I
AI
mean,
doing it.
like the children that are grown up now, like sort of grown up, like from 2020 till now, I think a lot of them got really wrecked in the brain, and you know, I really I feel sorry for a lot of them. There are a lot of people that unfortunately, a lot of kids,
I just don't see any of these people as passive victims. I'm sorry, I just can't. Like, if you adopted some crazy belief, take responsibility for that. Nobody put that into your head without your
well, kids are kids,
participation.
man. Kids are kids, dude. That's the way they think they know it all, and the left wing really loves to get into the kids' heads.
Yeah, I
No
remember
doubt.
being a kid. I was a vegan for a little while because I got sucked into all the vegan ideology. I wasn't militant about it, and I didn't care if other people ate meat, but I was very, very
Yeah, dude, there was in the 90s, there was this faction of punk rockers that liked the crusty punk music, and they did the vegan shit, the soy, 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 soy. Oh God. Yeah, the vegan peace punks of the 90s. I'm guessing it started in the late 80s. I think it might have started though through the band called Crass. Have you heard of them?
I've heard of Crass.
Yeah, they're like the very first peace punk uh really kind of socialist, kind of communist, kind of I don't know, man. Like I didn't really like them.
Because like Ian Mackay and his little group, they started that movement in
Oh, that
'86,
was
I
like the
believe.
straight edge thing. Yeah,
They had that little youth club, and it was very. You had to have certain beliefs and act certain way. They very much were gatekeeping who got to be part of that culture based on their
yeah,
beliefs.
that is kind of weird, dude. Like they had like Ian Mackay, he was so passionate about the straight edge thing that like and I guess they marker X's on their hands or some shit.
Now,
This-
Wikipedia does have an entire list of people that deaths linked to chatbots. So it looks like there's about 10 or 15 people on it.
Yeah, that's I mean like that's a tiny number, but I'm sure there's a lot of weird ideas coming for that. I don't know, man. It's easier than searching Google. That's the only thing. Like you can't really ask Google a question with your voice, can you? I mean, or maybe you can. I don't know because my laptop's
Well, they do now. They have it. The AI is now built into the search engines.
okay. So that, like there you go. They don't even need to download the AI. I guess
No, well, it was always browser based. Like most of the AIs are browser based.
I guess yeah.
Data.
I haven't tried it yet, but X has got one too, right?
Yeah,
And you can ask it questions by audio. I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, dude, things have changed a lot since
Well,
I.
that's the advantage of AI is people can now talk to their computer like they talk to a person. They don't have to know any special code.
Yeah, I think for children that's going to be unhealthy as shit. Because I know the internet was unhealthy.
I think
for
it's
me.
going to be empowering as shit. God, if I was a kid in this age, I could already like all the stuff that I would be doing that I couldn't do in my generation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not a doomer. I'm not a cynic. I'm not a nihilist, although I probably should be. And I'm not a I'm not a pessimist.
I'm sorry. I'm just more of like leaning in pessimism in my way of
You sound like you're in a
thinking.
doom spiral. There's so many people that show up here in doom spirals, and
I think it's just like my
it's so
mentality.
disempowering.
It comes from a lot of bad living, and I think that's pretty much. But like I gotta say, dude, I live in my house 24 hours a day, pretty much do jack shit. I'm pretty much bedridden, but I don't drink.
So your
any
life would
water.
be miserable no matter what's going on in society. We could be living in paradise, and your personal life would still be miserable.
Well, I don't know. I haven't been out and about in a long time, man. So I don't know what it would be like. I don't know. I don't remember what it's like to walk. I see myself standing up on videos. I'm just like, oh Jesus, what's wrong with me now? Like, well, you really can't walk. You can't stand up too well, and the medicine I'm on, it ain't doing shit. But it's supposed to keep me from getting new lesions, and I'm not sure what's going on with this. I haven't had an MRI in a long time, and
Are you keeping up with your health care? I know you have a
well,
medical team.
well, I mean, I've got a neurologist who basically is more like my primary than my primary is. She gets me hooked up with neurological.
And you see her regularly enough to
Yeah,
keep
like every couple of months, and also I talked to her on a patient portal on the LifeBridge Health thing,
Okay.
and so I keep in touch with her a lot, and I'm getting help over here, thankfully. And somebody's supposed to come by with my caseworker to help get a new track, like for my chair that goes up the steps. So, because this one, man, I've had this for over a decade, and now it's like spurting this black oil, and it's stopping, and it won't start no matter what. But it's always worse during the winter too. That's another problem. And walking down the steps ain't too. I can do it, but I have to grab onto anything I can, and it's not like I got railings on both sides or nothing. It's like crazy.
Yeah, that truly sucks.
Yeah, but I'm hopefully gonna get a new track, a new chair, and all that. Uh, yeah, somebody's gonna do an assessment, and luckily my caseworker said she knows this dude and thinks he's great. So maybe I'll get some a ramp for outside too, for my wheelchair, so I don't have to drop down into the wheelchair down the step, you know. But at least I don't got a whole bunch of steps. Just one. Yeah. So how you feeling, Jeff? How you doing?
I'm okay. I'm doing just here.
Yeah.
Do you have anything going on tonight? It's late over there, huh? It's after 9.
Oh yeah, it's
So it's
9:18.
already night.
Yeah.
I guess this is your night.
Yeah, and the coffee that I drank earlier, I think that's gonna keep me up forever. Until tomorrow morning. And then of course I'll probably fall asleep and then not wake up till maybe noon or 2. I don't know, it depends.
We have a Discord community too. This channel is just part of a larger community project that lives on Discord in between streams. And if anybody needs an invite, just contact me at Gen X Jeff. We watch movies and we have conversations and do all kind of stuff. Sometimes we play games.
Hey, did I ever
But yeah,
show
it's
you?
like a lot of YouTube seems like shut-ins that live their life on YouTube. They just this is their this is their social life. And in a way it's mine too. I don't have a life outside of here. I wake up and this is where I come to meet my social needs.
There you go. Me too. Hey Jeff, this February is Mardi Gras month, right?
It's different every year, so let me look it up when it's going to be this year.
Yeah, March is going to be St. Patty's month, and I remember
It's
that
6
too
weeks before
well.
Easter. It goes by the moon.
Did I ever show you a video of me practicing a song on my piano accordion?
I don't know. Maybe.
How do I? Why is this thing not showing the private chat thing?
February 17th. That means it's coming up. I usually do a Mardi Gras stream. It's like in 3 weeks. I got to remember that.
Yeah, that's right. I knew it was in February sometime. Every year I remember.
Well, it's different every year, just like Easter. Sometimes it's March, sometimes it's February. It's not on a certain date every year.
Every date I remember in the past years, I guess. I mean, I paid attention. It's always been February. But
Oh my God, RW, this is not encouraging. 5 years, because I'm at the same. I've been doing it I had some communities earlier, and then this community is about 3 years old, and I'm up to about 5 people too. But then I know communities that have like 100 people in them that are all communicate respect. Part of it is I don't really enforce. If I wanted to run a really tight community, I could enforce more of that stuff, but I don't want it to be forced. I want it to be organic. I want people who show up and are just naturally respectful because they're motivated and inspired to be. And so that's kind of what I'm trying to filter for is people that I don't have to parent to be respectful. I'm looking for psychologically mature adults and intelligent adults and sane adults. And I'm up to about 5 or 6 myself after 3 years.
Hey Jeff, do you want to see a video that I made of myself in 2016? Well, 16 years ago. However long ago that was, but I'm playing a piano key accordion, just practicing a song for St. Patty's Day.
Yeah, as long as it's not copyrighted.
No, it's an old song.
How old?
Irish traditional.
Oh, like way back.
Yeah, it's yeah.
Because I think copyright ends at 1920 something or 30 maybe.
I mean, I've had this up for a long time on my channel, so I never got any kind of anything against it.
That's the old computer mouse. I feel like I'm at an amusement park walking around laughing. Little dumb and It seems like Six Flags used to have music like this. When is that one from?
16 years ago.
Oh wow, I can't get over your finger work. Just amazes me. Like I can't get one
Man,
hand to do something different than the other hand, and your fingers are just going all over the place on each hand.
yeah, I used to be really good with the piano accordion just by learning by myself. Just letting, I didn't even read music. I didn't play piano or nothing. So it,
All of that
um,
is self-taught.
yeah, all of it.
Wow,
I
that's
mean, like
very
I was
very
so
impressive.
obsessed with the Pogues that I remember that melody so well in my head because of the Red Roses album from the Pogues. And so I learned how to play that on the piano key accordion. And I had to practice it because we had a gig that night. Me and this other dude. This is after the band I was in, the Irish style band, Ross Nareen. We had a real Irish guy as the front man from Belfast.
Oh,
He would write songs about the trebles, and we'd also cover all the Irish pub songs and add that in there too. The Dingle Regatta, it's called.
what's it called?
Dingle Regatta.
Oh yeah, that was.
It's a boat, I believe. That's, I don't know what language that is. Is that Gaelic? I don't know. But I think, yeah, that's what the Irish called it. Whoever made that up. What you got going on over there?
Not much, just doing the daily stream.
I mean, you were looking up something.
I'm trying to find this video that I did like just a week or two ago, and it should be on my channel, but I can't find it because I guess I titled it something else. I thought I had put autism or neurodivergence in the title, but I didn't.
Oh, well, like if you look at your, if you go to YouTube Studio, or yeah, you could probably do it through YouTube. Just look by the date. The date.
I'm trying to narrow it down by date, but I'm not quite sure.
It'll show like a list of all the videos that you've done from like now till like back in whenever, and you could just scroll down that list, I guess. I mean, like, unless you had too many videos, like to find it. I don't know.
I still can't narrow the date down because Charlie doesn't.
Charlie's useless.
Well, he is now, but he couldn't figure out the date that we were having that conversation. The date he told me was not the right date. So I have to go through my memory and figure out little things I was doing that day that I can like eventually tie to a date and then come and find the video that way. Unless there's a way to YouTube search I tried plugging it to that website that's supposedly can search YouTube channels for like transcripts, but it didn't find anything on mine.
You know, it's weird, man. My StreamYard is showing.
Wait, let me ask. Hey, I can ask Gemini. They have it integrated into YouTube now. Can you help me find the episode I did on autism? Just a sec. I looked up your channels, but I couldn't find the exact match. No, he's looking titles. It wouldn't be in the title. Can you search transcripts?
You don't remember what the title would be?
I thought it was something about autism. I did one that was called like a new look at neurodivergence or another look at autism or something like that. So I don't know why. It says something went wrong. Try again.
Was it a live or was it a video?
It was just like this. It was a panel, just like all my streams are. It was nothing.
Okay, so it's a live then. So
I went live. I presented a topic, then I opened the panel, and just like I always do.
Yeah. Okay. There. More cube. Color of Dreams. Panelverse Awards pre-show.
I used your search phrase to search the entire content of your videos, including the transcripts, and it did that in about 2 seconds. I have over 1,000 videos on my channel, and it claims it searched all of them with 2 seconds.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I mean, like the title
The video is too recent for the transcript index to be fully updated. It would be about 2 weeks. It would be within the last week or two.
You got all kinds of titles on them, all your streams. So like that must be the harder.
That's the problem is I put random titles. And,
yeah, that must be hard to figure out because like they go for quite a while too. You had one that's like 5 hours 40 minutes. Wow. I think I need water.
All right, now it's searching for a lot longer time. Maybe it'll find something. It can't find it.
Wow.
All right, I'm gonna have to use Team Human on this one and just go through my old rickety brain and try to pull out some fragments of memory.
Clear off the cobwebs.
One from January 13th. Let me see what that one is. Maybe I didn't go back far. Maybe it's further in the past than I realized.
And you don't remember who you had?
I thought it might be. That's where I started looking, somewhere around there.
Was it a panel, like a panel?
It was no different. All my streams are like other than what I do. I open with a topic. Sometimes I just go straight panel, or sometimes I do a topic, then panel.
Yeah.
So it would be whatever it is. It would be mixed in with whatever panel happened that day. I do remember I did it from my couch.
You don't remember?
Means I wasn't on cam.
And
there's only a few streams that I did from the couch, so it's one of those.
Do you remember who was on the panel? It's probably hard to remember that.
I have no, because when I do my topics, they're compartmentalized from whatever happens after the panel in my brain. I don't remember what panel any particular topic was associated with.
Exactly, dude. You've done like hundreds. And that's commendable, dude. I wouldn't have the energy to do that.
I'm very dedicated.
Yeah.
Part of the that
dedicated, man. Passionate, dedicated. Passionate and dedicated, brother. I wish I was dedicated to my lighters and keep them around. I don't know where the fuck my lighter went.
It's one of those two have that diagram, that Venn diagram. It was one of those with the diagram, but it had other diagrams and charts that I brought in.
What say like the photo for the video? You mean?
Within the stream itself.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't see it on any of those, but it's somewhere around there.
And what information exactly were you looking for again?
Oh, I didn't think of. Okay, wait, I didn't think about that. Discord might have a clue. What channel? Oh, okay, yeah, I might have put a little note when I posted it. Let me check. I guess I did. Oh, also, okay, let's okay, this helps because it was somewhere around this date. This is fun, actually. I love puzzles like this. I feel like I'm solving like a video game.
Yeah, dude.
All right, the 13th. Yeah, that's about where I am. That Oh, wow. Yeah, I took like a week. I guess I took like 2 weeks off. There's no way I took that amount of time off. It went from January 3rd to January 13th. That's 10 days. That seems about right. I took a big long break because that's the first break I took in almost 3 years. I was so burnt out. I didn't even realize it.
Hey, how many videos do you know exactly how many videos you got on your YouTube?
I don't know exactly because it rounds up. Well, actually, maybe will it tell me in studio? But the channel itself just says like 1.1K.
Oh, so
It doesn't give you an accurate number, but it's over 1,100.
Yeah, so you got way more videos than I got. I got 359. And that's from 2008 onward.
But I streamed every day for like almost 3 years, and sometimes I would stream 2 or 3 times a day.
Damn.
I used to do morning streams, midday streams, evening streams, because my goal was to have a persistent stream that ran for 24 hours. So I was trying to get as close to that as I could.
Oh yeah, I remember that. I remember and like you would have it like in the middle of the night sometimes. It would just like you'd go live.
So yes, after the break, when I started streaming again, that's about the time I started pulling in the autism stuff. But I'm wondering if the video would the video have been removed without them notifying me? Like, is it possible that it's just not on YouTube anymore for some reason, but I didn't get an email? Or if they took it down, would I have gotten an email?
I would guess.
Because to my knowledge, I've never had a video removed by YouTube yet. At least I've never been notified.
No, if your video is removed, you would definitely get you notified.
That's what I would think, because they email me for every other little thing, every little copyright takedown notice.
Yeah, that like they won't remove your stuff unless and they will tell you. There's no doubt in my mind. Unless they're being sneaky.
I know I did this. Okay, let me check the transcripts. Oh God, I'm gonna find this.
Oh my God, it's 14 degrees outside.
Oh, some of them don't have transcript. Why don't some of them have transcripts? What determines if a video gets a transcript or not?
That's a good question.
Because usually they appear within a day or so, but these are from weeks ago and they still have no transcript. Why?
That sucks. I've never had to rely on a transcript before, but that is kind of because usually they have it, right?
The what?
The transcript, they usually have it
Yeah.
automatically. Yeah.
I don't know why they're not. Why these videos don't have transcripts?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe because I marked them as members only. I wonder if that's why Google can't find them either.
It could be.
Let me set them to public. Hang on. I'll set them to public and maybe that'll make a difference.
That's an idea. Yeah. For some reason, I can't see the comments on the StreamYard for some reason. Why is that?
I don't know. You're not seeing comments?
No, I just the back chat. There's no section for comments. And if I really cared, I could watch it on YouTube, but I don't care. It's just it's kind of weird that it's not there. It's like it's gone. I hope it's not like that for my stream on Saturday. My friend started a Give Sun Go, and she wants to do a stream. And I was like, all right, if you want to do this. And she has we have raised 330. That ain't bad. But I'm thinking with all my subscribers that pay attention, who hit the all button, so that's why people can't find me. They're like, "Oh, I haven't seen you in so long." I'm like,
But
well,
I like you. How often do you go live? Because you hardly ever show up on my list.
no, it's not even just the lives. It's this like the videos.
Well, that's what anything. I'm not anything. It doesn't. I'm just saying live. But anything you post should show up on my list. 4 days ago.
Well, what I'm
the
saying is my experience is that people don't know that I'm making videos until like, you know, a little later.
I see one scheduled for January 31st, 26, 6:05 p.m. And the one before that was a month ago.
Like the normal human being that, well, you know what I mean. The avid YouTube user that like wants to watch people's stuff. They know how to, if they don't know the bell, then they're not going to get the notifications. Like I said, I talk to people that are like, oh, I didn't know you had all these videos up. I'm like, well, you could have.
Yeah, you're showing up in my list right here, January 31st, 26. I just pulled up my subscription list. I scrolled down and
well, these are people dating back all the way back to 2000 subscribers, all the way back to 2008. And a lot of them have gotten older and just don't even really realize that all the other stuff that they watch pretty much blocks what I'm doing because they don't have that selection of all. Unfortunately, that's what YouTube does now. It has done for quite a while.
No, I'm not at the mercy of YouTube. If I want to find people that I subscribe and find their shit, I know how to do that.
I'm just talking about what I've experienced.
I don't know how people find, but you're on my list. Like I can clearly see you have a stream coming up, January 31st.
Yeah.
and because I don't use the bell at all. I don't use notifications. So I see your stuff as you post it.
Yeah.
So if other people are working off of a list, they should be seeing it too. And I don't know how people find me when I go live. I have no idea, but the people show up somehow. So I don't know if they're getting bell notifications or if they're noticing me on a list or just randomly checking my channel to see if I'm live. But somehow my audience is finding me.
Yeah.
Oh, and I post it on social media when I go live. I post it in Discord. Sometimes I put it on my other platforms. Well, you think we're done? Or
Well, it's up to you, man. It's your stream.
It doesn't matter to me. I'm more obsessed with finding this video than anything else.
I got you.
I really do think it's one of those two videos, because I had made them members only, and I think that's why they don't have transcripts.
Yeah, this caffeine's gonna keep me up all night. I'd be up all night anyway. Oh, shit. Anyway, you're gonna end the stream, or what are you doing? Is anybody else like watching us? What's going on?
I got 6 viewers. I've had pretty much 6 the whole time.
Well, somebody should hop up.
People that want to come on.
Well, yeah, I mean, like anybody who is a regular. It wouldn't bother me. I don't mind talking to people. I mean, that's the more the merrier. You know.
Oh, I may have posted it on Twitter. Let me check there.
There you go.
Nope, I did not.
I never tried to do that.
This is why I need a producer and a social media manager. This is not my strength. My strength is turning on the camera and showing up for a stream and presenting topics and all the content itself. I wish we were in public, just in a room somewhere. I could just talk to y'all face to face. I am not interested in the infrastructure of this thing at all. I just want to turn on the camera and be connected to other humans.
Hey man,
That
I'll
is what my
tell you what I've found out, like just by watching and by the words of the person with the stream, is that when you have a pet and you call the pet the producer, women love that shit.
Like if you say your dog is the producer.
Yeah, or your cat,
What
or
do
what
guys
have you.
love?
Like my friend Nate Stoltman, Lift the Veil stream, he had Doshi, who was his cat, and he called him the producer of the show, and everybody loved Doshi. And unfortunately, Doshi passed a long time ago. But and like people do that. Like I think that's not an unusual thing, and people love that. They love it when the pet is the producer of the show, or just if you say, not technically, but like just metaphorically, I guess. Or the
I
I
don't
don't know.
I have a spider that
Oh, there
lives
you
in my.
go. The spider is the producer of the show, but you gotta capture it.
He sucks.
Yeah. And you could like
Oh,
make
look,
that
there's a
part of the
question
stream.
about, do you think that punk is dead currently? Do you think it will make a comeback in a future generation?
Well, there's punk going on with the kids, but they're, some can reproduce what people did in the 70s and 80s and 90s, but it's just in a different form now. It's the youngins that a lot of them don't know damn their ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to it, and they make it kind of retarded sounding sometimes and call it punk rock when it's not. I used to have a problem with that back when in the 90s, even like with the pop punk and all that, the Green Day on the radio and shit. See,
The
like
mall
I know
punk.
people love Green Day, but I really hated Green Day. I liked Op Ivy, but I didn't like Rancid. It's just all subjective, I guess. If that's the word. I would love to have my door open when I'm smoking a cigarette. And actually, keeping it a little bit closed is kind of it helps me put out the smoke a lot. Like I take one puff, put it out. Cause the room will get full of smoke and I don't need that. And with the door open, that 14 degrees will come seeping into my room, driving the bill up. Oh my God. I can't imagine what this bill's going to be like, man. We haven't had like every night from a little below 10 to 15 degrees in the middle of the night to less. I mean, it's just crazy, crazy, crazy. I haven't had this in a long time. My chairlift doesn't like the cold, doesn't work. When it gets cold, it definitely doesn't work.
This is hard. This is like a really, really challenging puzzle game.
Yeah, you've had so many streams, brother. It's like that's like a needle in a haystack.
But it's only the last week or two. I don't even have to go back further than the 13th. But even with those few streams, I need a way to. Oh, no, that's not the one.
You could listen to every single one, but that's
that's what I'm end up doing when I end this. I'm going to spend the rest of the night listening to each stream, but I want a better way to do it so I don't have to sit down and.
Yeah, that's
do
kind of
that.
how I weed through my videos. Kind of have to listen to them to know what's on them musically. Because if I don't title it, I don't know what's on it. If I don't have a real title for the song name.
Yeah, this might be a lesson for me.
Live and learn, brother.
Oh. Okay, hang on. January 18th, maybe?
Okay, now I got this thing. But I don't know if it's because this touchpad is pushed the comments out of the way. And I don't know. Oh, I gotta hit the minus. No, that's making it bigger. What the fuck?
You know what? Now that I think about it, I think it was a topic I was intending to do as its own stream. And then I did some other stream and I needed something to fill in time towards the end. And so I went ahead and I threw it into that stream.
Could be. Oh,
I don't think it's
now that I can see comments, I'm sorry. Yeah, Misfits. That was the first band that I learned how to play on the guitar. And yeah, the Misfits were good. The Misfits, the revamping is kind of stupid. But I think the 80s stuff, I always loved that. Did you ever get into the Misfits, Jeff?
no, not really the Misfits. I was more into the New York scene. I like Black Flag and then some of the DC hard. I like post hardcore more than anything else.
Yeah. There's Bobby Steele from the Misfits at one time. He did a band called the Undead, and it was kind of like the Misfits, but I like the Undead in some ways better than the Misfits. Bobby Steele,
Yeah,
I remember.
Are you able to see comments? He's having a conversation with you, so I'm just going to keep popping his comments on the screen.
Oh, good. Yeah. Well, I gotta. Well, if
Can you read them?
Yeah, if that's the best way to. Well.
Okay,
shit.
and then y'all can talk while I search for this video.
Yeah. All right. I can't.
Can you give me an example of 80s, I guess, punk bands?
Oh yeah. That's early 80s. Well, yeah, obviously Black Flag. You got Descendants, you got Misfits, Circle Jerks,
Misfits.
Early 80s, like the Misfits, like their later stuff is in the 80s. Yeah, Circle Jerks, yeah. God, there's so many.
Do you consider Husker Du punk?
Well, SST Records kind of did, I guess, in a way, like the adjacent to punk rock, because they were on SST. I remember their catalog would always come in the tape, folded up, and I'd love those catalogs. I'd order tapes before there were CDs.
Yeah, that's what I grew up on.
Yeah, man.
Tapes. We didn't even call them cassettes.
Yeah, they were just tapes. I started driving when I was 22, and accident I got in was because I tried to change a tape in my 1990.
Oh, that was always one of my fears driving. And I was on the interstate one day and I was playing with some CD. You know those CD folders that you keep CDs in? I was playing with one of those and I had my head bent down for a while and the car veered off of the interstate onto the median and we were coming up to an overpass. So if it had happened just a few seconds earlier, I would have crashed into the pylon that held up the overpass.
Damn.
That scared me enough to make me stop doing that. But I used to play with like my cassettes and try to look through my CDs and switch. I had a Discman, so it wasn't built in. So I had to like have it on the seat, and swap the CD out of the Discman, and I all of that was risky.
Well, I never fucked with the Discman thing, but like, yeah, anything you try to muck with while you're driving. And I was coming all the way back from DC, and I was just near my house. And of course, I'm not paying attention. And yeah, I had some wine earlier, and I wasn't that with it, but I was with it enough to drive some DC to my area and near my house. But it was right near my house when I was changing a tape that I didn't pay attention, and I ran into a car that was parked, thank God. And I drove. It was my dad's father's car that I kind of wrecked and drove it into the parking lot of a church and busted the wheel and went back to my house on 3 wheels, and my dad was pissed. Yeah, I can blame it on changing a tape, but that's part of it. Most of it was the fact that I was careless because of alcohol. If I was paying attention, I would have
So it was
gotten.
switching a tape drunk.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't totally drunk, but I was tipsy enough that I wasn't thinking, right? So I probably would have been over the limit if I was pulled over, or if they had gotten me after that wreck. That I sideswiped the vehicle that I hit, and it took the side view mirror off. I walked up to that area and I threw the mirror into this wooded area. Yeah, man. I was what, 22. That was a long ass time ago. So you say it's from a different angle, right? Or you're from on a different seat, right? You said, Jeff.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute this whole time. I found it.
Oh, you found it.
It's
Yeah.
called Listening Booth. The conversation continues. And let me see how far in it starts. Guess I'm here. I'll timestamp it and I'll drop the link. It starts about here. Those other streams that we looked at earlier from, what is it, the 13th, they talk a little bit about neurodivergence, but the one where I try to reconceptualize it is this one. Oh, wait, I forgot to timestamp it. All right, that should be the one. Unlocked. Achievement unlocked.
That's right, man. That's like a dopamine rush.
I feel exhausted. I'm so wiped out now that I accomplished that. This talking about the recovery, the recovery column.
And you can kind of feel it like in your fight or flight system.
Because I was all ready to play Cube Escape, but that actually I think gave me even more of a challenge than Cube Escape would have. That was fun. Okay, let me retitle this conversation so it doesn't happen again.
Yeah. Good idea.
There, I feel like I mastered something. I got that will to power. I don't know, whatever that time step is, 1834. It's like 27 minutes in or something. 30 minutes, 34. Half an hour in. Because that's the one I remember. It was going to be an open panel. I was playing music, blah, blah, blah. Nobody showed up. So I'm like, oh, I know. I'll just talk about this autism topic that I was planning in the future. And I threw it in on that stream. That's what happened. This is a very open-ended experimental channel. It's more process than product. So I'm always trying random different things here. You never know what's going to happen when you turn it on.
Yeah, man, it's a process.
But I do prioritize certain conversations over others. So if people want to come here and have a specific topic, if they're coming here for support, I'm going to prioritize that over just random chit chat or drama. But when there's nothing going on, then we have these kind of just third space conversations.
Yeah. Luckily, I'm feeling mentally healthy.
We're all probably about as mentally healthy as can be expected for being YouTube addicts.
Yeah.
And voluntary shut-ins.
Yeah.
This has been a form of mental health for me. I've definitely gotten benefits from being on here, and I've turned to it at times when I needed mental health support.
Man, it reminds me. It reminds me so much of going out and talking to strangers, going out playing music on the streets of Fells Point, and hanging out and talking to people. I like that. Sure, I made money, but that was just like whatever. It was more about like just talking to people and getting to know them and like explaining how the Cajun accordion works and all that. That to me was fun. And having my dad with me the whole time. It's a little bittersweet thinking about that. Yeah. I think the last time we played together was on his birthday on the back porch of his place. Old dad.
Oh,
You got a cold?
I just sneezed. Yeah, safe and healthy is the key. Actually, this is an unsafe space, but I've said before how I feel more myself on YouTube than anywhere else. When I'm around people in public, there's still a slight degree, not so much masking, but I don't feel like I can fully be the person I am on here. And this is where I can come to just fully be myself, whatever that is in the moment. And I think that is one of the most mentally healthy things a person can do for themselves is to be themselves.
Absolutely. I totally agree with that.
Unless you're a psychopath, then try to mask.
It can be detrimental, like in certain cases. Like it's like you gotta learn to filter it. But you do a good job, bro.
Well, I try.
Fuck, man. I'm pretty sure I'm on the spectrum.
You are. I don't know how many normies show up here in general, or even on YouTube.
I got you. Yeah, I mean,
it was built by Spurgs.
In combination with being agoraphobic via my disease.
It makes you agoraphobic?
Yeah, because like I don't want to go out and injure myself or go out in fucking freezing cold or the heat. I can't deal with heat.
Do most people with MS end up staying in after a while?
Yeah, pretty much. But like usually it's the older people, but I've been dealing with this since I was 23. But not
Oh, I
like
didn't know that early.
bedridden, like all but bedridden for good till about 2020. Like everything kind of changed then. My walking got worse and worse and worse. There's no fixing that. I'm sorry, dude. I'm just venting my thoughts. That's all. I'm not feeling anything. Just venting my thoughts.
That happens here a lot. I do it too.
Yeah, that's part of my autism spectrum, I guess. I'll just speak my mind. I don't care. I really don't care. And a lot of people I can make uncomfortable, but you know. Oh.
All right, let's see if Well, you have anything else or Oh Lord, don't start that topic with him. It's
What's that?
It's the mRNA and the vaccines, and I'm gonna drop you in a second if you get off on that tangent.
Well, that mRNA definitely is dangerous, and it's publicly known that it's dangerous. That's all I'll say.
I took it out. Fine. I'm not having a debate about the vaccine or mRNA. That's not a topic.
There's
I'm
no
interested in
debate.
entertaining on this channel. There's too many myths around about it.
Well, it's not a myth that mRNA is bad. You can look it up. I mean, like if you find it, you can find it.
Making a general claim like mRNA is bad is a pointless claim to make on this channel, because you know I'm going to dig way deeper into that. How is it bad? It has to be bad for specific people, and any vaccine is going to have risk for certain individuals.
Well, it's not
so. If you need anything beyond that,
anything with mRNA in it is not a vaccine, dude.
Whatever you're talking about, it's not universally bad. It's not like a poison that if anybody takes it, they instantly die. So when you say mRNA is bad, that's not what you're talking about.
Well, you know.
I wish we had Charlie back.
Yeah.
I'm not scared of mRNA. It doesn't bother me. I've taken it. I have it in my body. I took the vaccine 3 or 4 times. I'm fine.
That's good, man. I'm glad you're fine. I'm glad. No doubt.
What does the vaccine represent to you? Like that you're so...
It's not a vaccine. That's all.
Whatever whatever it is. I don't want to keep saying mRNA because obviously I cannot roll it off my tongue. So I'm talking about that. It's related to the vaccine. The only reason it comes up in conversation is when people start talking about the vax.
Well, that's what it is, man. mRNA.
Well, you just said it's not the vaccine, and now you're saying
no,
it is.
No,
That's why I want to have this conversation. There's
I
never
said it was a vaccine.
There's too much heat involved on both sides around the world.
It was involved.
I'm passionate about the stupidity around it, and other people are passionate when their conspiracy theories don't get validated.
No, this isn't a conspiracy theory. It's a fact. It's a
What's
fact.
the specific fact? Because facts can be checked and verified. So
Well,
what's the
it's
fact?
not. It's not a vaccine. That's a fact, and you can look
Well, you
that.
just said it was.
No, I did not. I did not
Yes,
say.
I said the only time people ever talk about it is in the
An
context of a
mRNA is
vaccine. And
involved
you're
with
like,
it.
well, that's what it is.
I did
And
not
even
call it a vaccine.
RW here said, did you take the mRNA? As in, did you take the vaccine?
Well, there you go. Well, they want to call it a vaccine. They want to, whoever wants to call it that, they can call it that, but I don't call it that.
Well, in the popular consciousness, it is associated with the COVID vaccine, mRNA vaccine,
Yep.
Britannica. Food and Drug Administration, mRNA vaccines.
Mm.
Mayo Clinic, mRNA vaccine.
Yep.
So
they gotta say.
I'm not using it in some aberrant way.
There you go.
It feels like gaslighting to pretend like, oh, you think we're talking about the vaccine? No, dude, we're talking about this thing called mRNA. Well, the only time it ever comes up in conversation is its connection to the vaccine.
Well, that's where
So
it
it
came
feels
out.
like a game.
Was-
This is those type of conversations that feel more like a game than an attempt to understand something about reality.
That
And
biohazard.
this is how I know that people's personal myths are involved and not an actual attempt to do logic,
Yeah.
including my own, because I have a strong reaction to this topic because it brings out the exact brand of stupidity that I find so frustrating in people.
I'm sorry you think I'm stupid.
I'm not calling you stupid, but
Well,
there is a certain amount of intellectual laziness around this topic.
I'm actually the opposite when I think about all of this. I'm completely the opposite. I study what I study and I can find out what I find out, and there's so many links that can tell you everything I'm telling you. And
Right, and I can show you different links that tell you different things. Like that's what I'm saying. There's facts and there's stories about facts. And you have your story about this particular fact, and I have mine.
Well, just when you find out the stories that people have, then
I do RW because I have a personal reason for thinking this. I have several friends actually, but there was a friend of mine that works in pharmaceutical research. He works for Pfizer, and he put out this very detailed email when they were developing the vaccine that broke it down in detail from his scientific perspective. And because I know this guy and I trust his scientific judgment personally, it really put me at ease about the mRNA thing. So I never really had to go through the worry and the doubt and the skepticism because I had someone that I trusted very much that was able to kind of walk me through all of that very early. And so for that reason, because of his influence, I didn't have a problem with I tend to trust medical science. I have medical people in my family. My mom was a med tech. We grew up in hospitals. Mike was a med tech. I've worked for doctors' offices. I've worked in hospitals. So I kind of have a sense of how the medical system works and how science works. So there was nothing about it that set off major red flags for me. It seemed to be pretty much how the system
I
would
can
do,
tell you
would do
about
things.
a personal red flag. My father, he's all vax happy and he loves his vaccines. And of course, he went out, got all the COVID shots, and on the booster, that's when he started coughing up blood clots, and his leg blew up like a big log.
But that doesn't mean nobody else in the planet should take the vaccine. There's risk with any
I didn't
new
say that. I just
vaccines.
giving you my experience. My dad got a real bad reaction to the vax, if you want to call it that.
Right. And other people did too, but that's no reason for
Lots of
everybody
people.
else to.
Lots of people, especially children. Playing sports. Oh God. Having heart attacks. My God, dude.
I think the vaccine represents something to people beyond just a medical intervention. And that's my problem with this conversation.
Mm.
Yes, you're right, and that is what science does. But he gave a very convincing, persuasive, scientific reason um, to fast track the testing. I mean, it was a global pandemic. This was not an ordinary circumstance. I know that medical science would do it differently in ordinary circumstances, but that's not what we were in. And I think it did the best it could.
Mm. All I know is that I never knew anybody with COVID until they got that vaccine.
Oh, I know people that died from COVID even before the vaccine.
Okay, I've heard
Because the
that story.
vaccine, at least where I lived, it didn't even come out until like the middle of 2021.
I didn't know
And
anybody with
there were
COVID
people died of
ever.
COVID way before
Everybody
that.
got COVID after the vaccine, man.
So are you a COVID skeptic? Like you don't even think COVID is real?
I didn't say that. I said that
I'm asking.
everybody
I didn't say you
everybody
said it.
got
I'm asking
COVID.
if you are.
I don't know what to think about COVID, man. That's just all.
Well, COVID to me is a fact. That's just a medical scientific
It
fact.
is what
There
it
was
is,
this
man.
coronavirus that we
It-
called COVID-19.
I think
So if people don't even believe that that was a real thing,
it definitely
I don't know
hurt-
what to tell them.
it
I'm not the
killed
person to have
a lot of older people, I'm sure.
because I
yeah.
can at least accept the existence of a virus called COVID-19.
Yeah, it's a virus of some sort. Whether it was released from a lab or whatever.
Oh, and my roommate's sister was one of the people that volunteered to participate in the early vaccine programs that they were testing on. And so we kept getting like reports from her constantly as she went through this testing. So we knew someone personally that was involved in the early testing. And so she was going through it fine, and that was another reason to not worry. Because she was like the guinea pig.
There's lots of guinea pigs, man. The whole entire planet. Mostly westernized societies. It's all over the world, man. The side effects are rife.
I know of none that's impacted my life or
No,
any people.
I know, man. That's cool. That's great. It shouldn't.
What kind of passport specifically? I know in Seattle they had like little cards they gave us that you could take to go to business places that required them, but there were still ways to conduct business without them. I was in Seattle during lockdown, and that was one of the blue states that were doing things very progressively, and I did not find it burdensome or onerous at all. I was actually very impressed in how orderly the lockdown process was. My only criticism is when they did release the vaccines, they started giving them out according to racial demographic, gender and race demographic. So if you were a healthy white male, you had to wait to get the vaccine. Then if you were in a marginalized group or if you had some kind of disability, they had all these categories that got to have the vaccine early that had nothing to do with medical need at all. That was my criticism, because my friends were getting it before me and I kept having to wait because I'm a white male. And then finally somebody told me, just check the disability box because you have PTSD. That's a disability. And so when I did the disability thing, then I got clearance to get the vaccine. But that's the part I thought was bullshit, how they were politicizing access to the vaccine.
Well, DEI, baby.
Oh yeah, I was never under house arrest. We could leave our apartment. I didn't want to leave because I didn't want to be out. And first of all, everything was closed. There was nothing to do outside anyway. But I didn't want to be out in public during that time anyway. I was happy to stay indoors and let the thing run its course. Because when I was locked down, the goal was at some point they're going to come up with a vaccine or something that will allow us to return back to normal life. So I was just waiting for that the whole time. And it happened. I remember I locked down, I think March 13th, which was a Friday. They called lockdown here. And I think the vaccine started showing up in like April, May. And I think I got mine late May or June of the following year. So it was over a year of hibernation and waiting for some kind of medical intervention that would allow us to return to, I didn't know if we were ever returning to normal life, but to like return to outer society again. And so that was my model of the COVID lockdown from the start. Okay, we're going to hunker down. We're all going to play on the internet for a year. And then at some point, we're going to have this vaccine that allows us to go back out around people.
It's a miracle.
It kind of was that they were able to get it out that quickly.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
So after over a year of waiting, I was relieved. I was like, God, finally, thank God they have this vaccine. Yes, please rush it out, and so we can. I want mine now. I had to wait for mine.
I wish I could respond to that, but I don't want to.
What's eugenics about it? Class specific? I don't know about that one. Eugenics never entered the conversation of anybody I know.
Eugenics, like as in depopulation?
I don't know. I'm trying to find out.
I feel like that could be related to depopulation, I think.
I mean, I dated a guy that wanted to sterilize all poor people so they couldn't breathe. That was way more uncomfortable contact with eugenics than anything around the COVID thing.
Like America has this track record of basically eugenics.
And what is that track record?
Well, you got Japanese, they like are locked. Well, that's not eugenics, but
yeah,
like
I never heard this. I don't watch Alex Jones either, though. So I wasn't my information source. None of this was. I'm talking to the chat. None of this was coming through my information channels at all. But I didn't hear that argument.
In history,
I'm surprised. Even after being on YouTube for 3 years, I have never heard that argument.
Did you hear about how they locked up a bunch of Japanese?
No.
Back in the old, it was back in the 1940s or 30s or something, and they were
locked internment camps here in the U.S.
Yeah, they put them in camps and shit.
Yeah, during World War II.
That's just a side thought. That entered my head. Yeah, like that. Like, well, okay, all right. Here's something. You know, they poisoned so many people with alcohol. You know what they did to it, right? What the government was responsible for it, killing lots of people with their alcohol that wasn't alcohol.
God, I wish we had Charlie up here.
Charlie would tell you all about that.
Do you have a link or a source?
Dude, I don't keep links or sources. My vision.
Well, then you can't. Then this is gossip unless you have something to verify. You're just throwing out internet gossip. It's just
look it up, man. During Prohibition,
I don't want to be doing everybody's research for them. If they bring a claim, I want them to bring the verification.
I can't see shit, and my laptop doesn't really work. So there you go.
What country do you want to live in where the government doesn't do this to the people and you can trust the government? Is there any country in the world whose government you would trust?
No.
Okay, so you're just a doomer. You're just on hell planet. I'm sorry about your life.
Whose life?
Government killing people with alcohol?
Yeah, like during Prohibition. They poisoned, like, I think over 10,000 people.
What does that have you worried about the future? Like generations ago,
I'm just saying, like,
not even alive in a time where they were trying to prohibit alcohol.
My point was that it's not beyond them to poison the public. That's my point.
During Prohibition, the U.S. government added toxic chemicals to industrial alcohol to deter illegal consumption, which resulted in the poisoning and deaths of tens of thousands of people. The
Yep.
policy intended to curb drinking led to a public health crisis and widespread tragedy. So because this happened in 1920 to 1933, people are worried 100 years later, completely different people could possibly do the same thing.
Yeah, the madness changes.
There's a name for that. It's oh god, is it motivated reasoning or confirmation bias? Where you're primed to see something as a pattern because of past patterns, and you can't assess if it's actually part of that pattern or not. Your brain just defaults to the assumption that it is part of that pattern because there's a resemblance or a potential resemblance. I think it's motivated reasoning.
The government definitely.
You're motivated to see something a certain way or to have a certain story about a fact because of past stories about similar facts.
Yeah, the U.S. government has patterns, man.
Well, the U.S. government, as Charlie told us earlier, is this very complex system of moving parts with constantly changing individuals and people. It's not a static monolith. So when people talk about the government, they're speaking figuratively or, dare I say, mythologically. Unless they're talking about something very specific in the government that they can point to, like this person at this agency did this thing and said this one thing.
Yeah.
The government is too broad and abstract to like make any useful claim about without diving down into some granular layer.
Two wings of the same dragon.
Oh, what is industrial alcohol?
That might be isopropyl, but I don't know. That might be it. That kind of sounds like industrial, like grade.
Let's see.
Ethanol or isopropyl. I'm thinking. Maybe.
It's a type used for industrial purposes primarily as a solvent or in the production of various chemicals. It's often denatured, meaning it has additives to make it unfit for human consumption. So it's alcohol that's not intended to be drunk in the first place.
So are they putting is isopropyl in there? Is that what that is? I don't know.
No, I'm not a conspirator. I don't believe in people invisibly puppeting elected officials.
No, there's NGOs that do that. That's no shit.
And my biggest objection to all of this is it just does not match my sense of human psychology. It's very cartoon villain, and almost every person I've met in life, and I've met thousands and thousands of people, almost none of them acted like cartoon. They were all three-dimensional people with their own goals and values and motivations, and it's too, to me, it flattens the complexity of the reality of human beings when everything is cast into this cartoon villain, good and evil, like the government against the people, all that stuff. That's just not the psychology that I interact with on a day-to-day basis when I'm interacting with people.
It's not necessarily the government.
The WEF or whatever that probably attempts to have some sort of political influence like every other political group out there. But that's not control.
Well, the WHO, WEF, the UN.
It's influence. So to be control, again, you have to show the enforcement mechanisms.
I like that Trump is distancing us from the UN. Now that tells you something, doesn't it, Jeff? That we're being distanced from the UN because of Trump?
What does it tell me? Or what does it tell you?
Doesn't that tell you something that we're distancing ourselves?
It doesn't tell me anything. Other than that we left the UN, what does it tell you?
Well, what does it tell Trump? That's the question.
I don't know. I have to ask Trump. That's what I'm saying. I can't have conversations about things I have no ability to test
like
or.
next time you talk to the AI, ask why did Trump try to distance us from the UN? And I bet you I know why.
I can do the Google version. Let's see. What was the quote? Why did Trump
distance us for the U.S.
distance
from the
us from
the UN, United Nations?
Because this is what the AI says. I don't know if it's true, but the AI says it's because he believed that they promoted agendas that conflicted with American interest and sovereignty, labeling them as ineffective or hostile.
There you go, man. Thank you, Trump.
So that was a belief that Trump had that he acted on.
Because he's probably
yes, money in. I've never denied influence, but I to take it beyond the level of influence, you have to show me some harder evidence.
Well,
because how do you quantify when people succumb to influence or not, and which influences they succumb to? Politicians have a jillion influences coming at them all day long. So how do you demonstrate which influences are actually controlling people? Do you think every single politician is controlled the same way by the same influences? That seems so ridiculous to me, because I know how complex people are.
Yeah, there's always factions fighting each other.
And for these conspiracy theories to work, we would have to live in a world that's way more psychologically simplified than my experience of it leads me to believe it actually is. And maybe I'm the one with the false belief. Maybe people really are these blank slate idiots that are that easily controlled and manipulated. But that seems less credible to me than my version of people, which are they're these autonomous beings with agency that have multiple factors impinging on their decisions day to day. And each person individually responds in a very particular and unique way. What are they controlling? I don't feel controlled. I can do pretty much anything I want as long as I stay within the guidelines established by law. I don't feel controlled. And most people on YouTube that come on here and complain about being controlled don't seem controlled either, because they have the freedom to sit on YouTube all day long and do whatever they want. I think they're just a bunch of whiny betas. I don't have a lot of sympathy for victim mentality. I don't have a lot of sympathy for doomers and passive, disempowered people, because there's so much personal empowerment at your fingertips any second if you look hard enough and try to find it. You're only at the mercy of what you allow yourself to be at the mercy of. We are free under the Constitution. Being lawfare.
Somebody outside making a banging noise. What the fuck is that?
And to me, the Constitution just ratifies kind of this existential freedom that I've always felt I had. Like, even as a kid, I could pretty much do whatever I want unless some adult told me to, like, came along and stopped me or told me not to, which very rarely happened. But of course, I didn't have this strong desire to do anything very destructive to society either. I didn't have a problem staying in existing lines. They seemed reasonable, and I understood the purpose for them.
I know one thing: the left wing really wants to tear apart the Constitution. or rewrite it.
I am about as anti-left as they come, and I haven't even heard that from them about wanting to
It's
tear
just
apart the
like
Constitution.
they have this attitude of like the Constitution doesn't mean shit kind of thing. That's what a lot of the left wing is. That's the way they act. They don't care about the Constitution.
Oh, like Trump and them are not respecting the Constitution, or that they themselves
No,
don't.
the left wing in general. I mean,
I do know things like gun rights and free speech rights. They want to modify.
yeah, but
They
there's
like to
probably some people that
amend.
micromanage like what they think the Constitution should be. There's probably all kinds, but you know.
Yeah, Dr. Head, that's exactly my point. How many boot heels came after you in your lifetime? I haven't had a single boot heel come after me. I've had a cop once that had to like restrain me because I don't know why he did it actually. And the other cop told him to let me go.
I got thrown in
Hey,
jail at 18 for asking for a badge, but that was when I was 18. And
wait, what happened?
I was thrown in jail when I was 18 in the Baltimore City, and that, my God, the
Oh yeah, I remember that. So you had to spend the night in the drunk tank.
Yeah, and it was 18 hours in there, and man, it was bad, dude.
Not lies. I'm sure there's other options if you chose to explore them. Like I don't know how Canada is. I don't think you're stuck working like a dog. I think you could do other things if you wanted to. Like if you were really passionate and motivated about not working like a dog, you could surely use your creativity to find some way to not do that. So I don't think you're being forced to work like a dog.
It's easy to feel like that, you know, when
Right, but feelings are not facts.
well,
I mean, they're
like,
data, but they're not facts.
it's like, I guess it's subjective, I guess, because like, you know, whomever works a job, well, if you don't like it, find another one.
Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I do. I loved my job until I didn't. And I
Yeah,
left.
just like that. I totally always quit jobs that I just, there was something about it that just really rubbed me the wrong way. I'm just, all right, I'm done.
Yeah, I'm the same way. A job is a business relationship with me and the other person. And
Yeah.
once that relationship stops serving me or them, we're free to end it.
And then sometimes you
I
got
go into jobs on my terms, and when it stops being on my terms, I leave.
yeah, brother. It's been my track record. And I don't even ask for the damn terms. It's just like common sense said, well, those terms should be met to begin with. That's what I felt, you know. Like working in a wash bay without any protection on your face that was the one time I was asking for masks back when I was like 18, 17, working in a wash bay, and every single can in there, every single can said may cause neurological disorders. I gotta wonder. But nobody will ever know exactly.
I have no idea, RW. I have no idea. I don't know how I would begin to determine that, because I would have to have some way to specify exactly what the influence is. Right. I remember hearing all about Project 2025 to scare people during the election. And then after he got elected, I didn't hear another word about it, even from the left. Nobody on the left talks about 2025. Not Laws doesn't even mention it.
That's whatever, man. Things are changing, that's all I know. And they're gonna definitely change a lot in the next couple of years. That's just my feeling.
I haven't experienced a lot of political change. The United States seems pretty much basically the same country it was from when I was a kid.
I don't
More or
know.
less. If I went back in time 50 years ago, I'd probably experience very little to no dissonance.
I don't know, man, because society was
Yeah, I'd have to see all of that if you have a link or something to know what you're talking about.
What?
The Christian nationalist movement, whatever he's talking about here.
What are they doing?
I have noticed that. I noticed in the break room at work, everybody was on their phones and nobody talked to each other.
Dude, that's been like that forever now.
Well, last time I was in the workforce was just before COVID, and it wasn't like that. And then when I went back into it last year, it was like that.
Oh yeah, it's probably.
So it hasn't always been a thing in the workplaces I've worked at. Nobody brought their phones to work and stayed on them all day long or on breaks.
Yeah, that's like unacceptable in the workplace. But when it comes to being out anywhere, everybody's just staring at their glowing rectangle.
That's a change that I've noticed.
It's been going on for a long time, but it's just come to a fever pitch, I guess.
I mean, I check my phone if I'm out. I'll like check it periodically, just check it. But I don't sit there. If I'm in public with people, I don't sit there and do this. In fact, in the break room at work, when everybody else was doing it and nobody was talking, I would pull out my phone and I'm like, okay, I guess I'll look at my phone too. And I was miserable. I felt awkward, uncomfortable. I didn't really have anything to look at. I was like trying to find reasons to even look at my phone. It was like busy work during school where you just have to pass the time until the bell rings. I hated that feeling.
Yeah, I remember when texting first came out, dude. I remember I was on a date with a girl, and like we're supposed to be on a date and hanging out with her friends who are not on cell phones because that was just the beginning of it. And this girl was like just texting on her fucking cell phone the whole time. It wasn't, iPhones didn't exist, but it was a texting cell phone. And then all of a sudden it was just all the girls. And then, of course, the guys started doing it. That's how it totally went. And then everybody looks at their glowing rectangle at all times and ruins concerts by like fucking holding them up all the time. Like it's just so stupid. Or shows or whatever, not just concerts, whatever, shows. And a lot of the times the video sounds like garbage from these concerts. Oh man, I've seen so many that are so garbage because somebody thinks they're just any concert with people with their iPhones, always holding their iPhones up, a whole bunch of glowing rectangles at once.
Oh yeah, I've seen that too. Like it's the new cigarette lighters.
Yeah, it's like crazy, but they're just recording the show, and but that's all good. I'm not worried about it because I don't go to shows anymore.
I mean, it doesn't bother me that people have their cell phones out at shows. It's not going to disrupt my experience of the concert.
Yeah, but there's certain people that don't like it, but that's okay. And whatever.
I think those are people with poor boundaries. Because what someone's doing with their cell phone next to you should have nothing to do with how you enjoy a concert or not. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. He sent me a link on all the parts of Project 2025 that, let's see. Well, reproductive rights, LGBT. They mean when they say LGBTQ rights, whatever, they mean trans rights because this has nothing to do with gay people.
Yeah.
They're trying to make us seem like we're all down with that one value. They're padding their support base. So far I see something about the military, education, reproductive rights, and trans rights, which he was going to do that anyway. And how do I know that that's just not overlapping with? Well, gee, not Laz, you sure spend a lot of time at this idiot's channel.
Whose channel? I'm not paying attention.
But how do you know he's following it and just not independently acting on the same agenda items? And what makes you think Project 2025 is a bad thing? I don't care about Project 2025. I never have. It was always a buzzword to me. I care about specific policy decisions. How did you not know what you were voting for? I did know. I got what I was voting for. Almost the week he took office, he got rid of the DEI stuff. He did the executive order on free speech. He's getting criminals out of the country. I got exactly what I voted for. I don't know what a deep state mentality is. To me, those are people that tell themselves stories about the motives of certain people in certain positions in the government. And that's as far as I get with it. I don't know how they know that that's what's in these people's head. Or I don't know how they know there's this secret coordination other than that their imaginations have them thinking it is. They mythologize about it. Because remember, mythologizing happens when we're faced with the unknown. So if you have this, if the government to you is people sitting in rooms making decisions and you have no idea who those people are, what decisions are making, that's the unknown. So you're going to mythologize about that. And I don't have a reason to mythologize this sinister plot that these people are doing. I think they're probably just trying to keep society running. Well, this is a fact. This is actually a fact. There are people, by power, you mean like appointed positions in the bureaucracy. Is that what you consider in power if you're employed by the government? There are people that remain in their positions from administration to administration. So that's a fact. If the story you tell yourself about the fact that it's a conspiracy, that's the mythologizing. Yeah, that's your story, kid. The fact is that we went and we snatched the guy and we have him. That's the fact. The story is that it was a kidnapping. That's your framing of it.
Who is this?
I don't know about this.
Who got kidnapped?
But I think they're going to do an investigation into the Minnesota allegations.
Which one?
All right, so you have a pretty broad sense of what being in power means. I can go with your definition. So power means power to influence. You're in some position that has the potential to influence, which is good because that's what the government runs on, is people influencing other people. Influence doesn't bother me. at all. I'm not scared of influence. I don't have negative stories I tell myself about influence. Influence is a natural part of human life. We all do it. I just do it openly. If I want something from you, I'll just tell you what it is I'm trying to get you to do. It'd be nice if you had some links for this, not less, that I could see what you're talking about. Because right now, I just have to take your word for these facts.
Which ones are we talking about?
I have no idea. He's just throwing out random statements and numbers.
I can't read anything too well.
I think he probably believes them, but I don't know where they're coming from.
Glasses won't fix my vision problem.
Yeah, blackmail's probably considered a very strong level of influence. How prevalent do you think blackmail is? I have no reason to think that blackmail is any kind of significant influence in our so that right there, that's a perfect example. There are people that in their story there's blackmail going on at a scale way higher than it seems to me would be happening in ordinary life. I know there's rumors and gossip about YouTube creators, like channel people being blackmailed, and the decisions they make about their show are because they're being puppeted by other people behind the scenes because they have dirt on them or naked pictures of them or chats that could expose them for something. So there's rumors that there's people blackmailing people on YouTube and influencing how they run their channels. And blackmail is illegal. It's a crime. So you're taking a risk if you engage in blackmail. To me, that would cut down on the amount of people participating in it because it would have to be people willing to take that risk to commit a crime. That's going to filter out a lot of people right there, to me, because I think most people would choose to be law-abiding if given the opportunity. They're not looking to bring criminal hassles on themselves. Yeah, I don't know how it shows that though, other than again stories, a little bit of facts that we have, and then a bunch of stories. And I'm a skeptic. I'm very I guess intellectually conservative. I try to shape my story around just the facts I have in front of me and not to go further than they warrant. I'm not big on inference or leaps or anything like. I just patiently follow the evidence where it leads, like a detective. I remember that movie. I enjoyed it. I don't remember the villain though. Or am I thinking of Lost? Is that the one that was like a black and white comic, animated comic?
Sin City, I think it's a comic. I think.
You think Busker and I are in the same rabbit hole? You really
Which rabbit hole?
don't pay attention closely. I don't know, but he thinks we're in the same one. Oh, over Trump.
What about it?
I don't even think Busker's that much of a Trump supporter.
No, I just don't. I think they're all loose cannons, dude. That's my opinion. But let's hope he does this well. I mean, he already is. Yeah, like all right, get rid of DEI. That's great. Get rid of some bad illegals. That's good too.
The lack of information is the unknown. So it's going to get filled in by the imagination. There's probably like an inverse relationship between information and imagination. The less information, the more imagination we fill in with, and vice versa. When we have enough information, we have less need to draw on our imagination. And so when people have lack of information, they start filling in. We saw that with the Alex Preddy shooting. We knew very little details in the beginning, and people started filling in with all kinds of stories right away. Like when you're making the sandcastle and you dig the hole and the waves come in right away and just fill it in. That's how quickly I see this stuff happen. Which makes sense if that was our like primary mode, our dominant mode, and logic was some secondary process that we developed historically. Not everyone are going to be logic adopters, and most people are still going to be working off of the myth-making hardware. Like the lack of information is part of the control. I mean, I don't expect the government to tell me everything. How do you know? How do we know? That's all you're left with is a supposition, a hypothesis, a story. You have a few facts, the cameras, the guards, the timing, and then you have stories that people are connecting those facts with, and different people are coming up with different stories. So it can't all be objective.
Can I tell you something funny, Jeff? Back in the day, I'd say maybe 2015, 16, 17, if you knew about what that man was doing and you talked about it, you were a conspiratard. And I got called a conspiratard for even mentioning it. Like, it's just like, okay. And then he finally gets busted. So then it comes to life.
You talking about Epstein?
Yeah. Like, I knew exactly what he was about. A lot of people did, but if anybody talked about it, oh, it's conspiracy theory, man. It's like, all right, I remember that like it was yesterday. And then he gets busted. Yeah.
I think
right.
conspirators let their imagination outrun their ability to take in fact. But I think a lot of people do that, not just conspirators. I think most people do that. I think conspirators is just a really stark, striking example of that.
When you get the biggest encyclopedia ever to be imagined being the internet, eventually you can come to conclusions, but a lot of them can be wrong, a lot of them can be right.
Right. And there's ways to
somewhere in between too.
There's ways to like maximize the chance that it's more probable than not. Logic and science and critical thinking, that kind of stuff. There's ways to kind of refine the imagination into knowledge. But you have to care about reality for that to happen. People that are okay with resting on these stories, I don't think are going to get to that point, that stage. It's really hard for me to accept a story as reality unless I have enough evidence behind it to make it credible. Even other people have come to this channel constantly and keep telling me about this person, so and so. Don't let him on your channel. Oh, he's this, he's that. And when they show up, my eyes and ears tell me a completely different story. And so I need something more than other people's versions of reality. And most intellectuals accept this. Most intellectuals know that if you're going to make a claim, the presumption is you're able to support that claim or you wouldn't be making it. Well, where are you at? You think you're ready to wind down?
Yeah, man, I gotta get some food or something.
Okay.
It was good chatting with you, man.
What does I'm interested in this. I'm trying to figure out the good faith part. Because giving them a challenge, I understand. I challenge people's ideas all the time. But it seems to imply that you have to do it in just a certain way in order for it to be good faith. And I feel like I'm always in good faith when I do it. So it's the vibe thing. You have to do it in a certain vibe, like for the fifis.
Hmm.
Because if they have an idea and they get like defensively locked into it, you can't just informationally challenge it. Like, oh, here's some counter information to that idea, because then it triggers the defenses. You have to kind of do this vibe approach along with the information and present it in just the right way. Caring about the person or about their idea. I don't care about people's feelings. I say that on this channel all the time, and I don't expect people to care about my feelings. I'm an adult. I can manage my own feelings. You're not responsible for my feelings. They're mine. And so when I'm having conversations with people, I could care less what emotions are generated in the process. I'm only concerned with the intellect, the logos.
Logos
I
rising.
think everybody has value. Every human being has value. Like we're all existentially equal. I don't think any human being has more value existentially than any other. They may have more practical value. Some may be able to contribute to society more than others, etc. But I don't think that makes them as a human being less valuable than any other human being.
Yeah.
I don't think any human's more important than any other human, like on a cosmic scale. But on a in context, there's definitely hierarchies that form and emerge. And also, I'm human, and we all have a limit. We have the Dunbar number that limits how many people we can usefully connect with and our brains can process. So on a personal level, there are people I care about more than others because I'm just personally more connected to them or closer to them, and they're less of a stranger. But the people I'm not connected to, I don't think they have less value than me just because I'm not personally as connected to them.
Yeah, man, that's being human, brother. It's a human trait you just described. No doubt. But yeah, man, I'm gonna hop off and get some food. I haven't eaten in a while.
All right. Yeah, that sounds healthy to do.
I gotta eat something because all day long I haven't eaten.
Myself. I always forget to eat.
I've had lots of coffee, but that's not a replacement for food. So,
all right, well, go feed yourself.
All right, brother. See you.
All right, take care. All right, I think I'm wrapping it up. I'll be out tomorrow talking about myth again. 2 different types of myth. Logic, the myth that supports logic, and the myth that supports meaning and social cohesion. So I'll see you then. Hang on, where is? All righty. Thanks again, guys. Take care.
Before we had the answers, before we had the proof, we had a circle of fire and a sky without a roof. We made meaning out of lightning, faces in the dark, stories stitched together just to find a steady mark. Pass from mouth to mouth like a song you can't forget. Trying to make a world that hasn't made sense yet. Imagination runs first when the night is closing in. Observation keeps us honest, tells us what has really been. Information builds a map out of what we learn to see. Three voices in our heads trying to keep us free. Mythos is the story in the midnight air. Logos is the reason that gets us there. One says here's what it means, like a dream in motion. One says here's how it works, like an honest notion. We live in both, we need both, that's the truth we know. The heart tells the story, the mind won't let it go. When the deep is just a question and the future's hard to read, we fill the blank with pictures, we give the fear a creed. But morning brings the measuring, the hard and humble stare. We trade the ghost for footprints, we count what's really there. Still, even when we've solved it, something stays inside. A need for a story walking next to what we've tried. Imagination runs first when the night is closing in. Observation keeps us honest, tells us what has really been. Information builds a map out of what we learn to see. Three voices in our heads trying to keep us free. Mythos is the story in the midnight air. Logos is the reason that gets us there. One says here's what it means, like a dream in motion. One says here's how it works, like an honest notion. We live in both, we need both, that's the truth we know.